तो रिकॉर्डिंग क्या करनी होगी? स्पेस गिरेगा।
Technical Session 1. Rainwater harvesting is a means of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level.
Session Chair, Mr. Zahir Hussain Gadesi. Mr. Zahid Hussain Gadesi has long years of
Technical
experience
Session 1.
in public service in
Rainwater
Pakistan.
harvesting is a
He
means
has
of
contributed
achieving
to the
safe water
planning,
and sanitation
designing.
at the household
Technical
level. Session 1.
Session Chair,
Rainwater
Mr.
harvesting is a means
Zahir
of
Hussain
achieving safe
Gadesi.
water and sanitation
Mr.
at the
Zahid
household
Hussain
level.
Gadesi has Session long Chair, years of
Technical
experience
Session
in
1.
public service in
Rainwater
Gadesi.
harvesting is a
He
means
has
of achieving
contributed to the
safe water
planning,
and sanitation
has long
at the
years of
household
technical
level.
session
Session
in
1.
public service in
Rainwater
Pakistan.
harvesting is a means of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level.
monitoring of social development programs
Technical Session
for
1.
public service in
Rainwater
Gadesi.
harvesting is a
He
means
has
of achieving
contributed to the
safe water
planning,
and sanitation
has long
at the
years of
household
technical
level. Session
in
1.
public service in
Rainwater
Pakistan.
harvesting is a
He
means
has
of
contributed
achieving
to the
safe
planning,
water and sanitation
designing.
at the household level.
monitoring of social has development programs
Technical Session
for
अब आया क्या ऑडियो?
Technical Session 1. Rainwater harvesting is a means of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level.
Session Chair, Mr.
अब आया क्या
Zahid
ऑडियो?
Hussain Gadesi. Mr. Zahid Hussain Gadesi has long years of
Technical
experience
Session
in
1.
public service in
Rainwater
Pakistan.
harvesting is a means of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level.
Session Chair, Mr.
अब आया क्या
Zahid
ऑडियो?
Hussain Gadesi. Mr. Zahid Hussain Gadesi has long years of
Technical
experience
Session 1.
in public service in
Rainwater
Pakistan.
harvesting is a means of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level.
Session Chair, Mr. Zahid
So your time starts, Mr. Shahad, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think this is a good morning here in Sri Lanka. And this is Shadat from Bangladesh. So I am just very much lucky to have you all in this presentations in this conference on by SARNET. And also I am just have less time to discuss. So that's why we are looking for a research work here in Bangladesh, which is on the rooftop rainwater harvesting and conservation and management of the water resource in the valley. It is a Sajik Valley. It is closer to like we are seeing in the Mahiyangara here in Sri Lanka. So that's the issues, the problems, and how we solve the problems here. So this is the Sajik Valley. There is a valley. So the valley people are living, and the both side there is a valley and lots of rains there. Almost more than 2,000 millimeter per year. Average rainfall is there, almost 6 to 7 months. So it's an historical place as well as is a tourist palace. So here people live like 7,000 people are living now, but there is every day 5 to 6,000 more tourists added. So that's why almost 13 to 14,000 people wants water every day for cleaning, for drinking, and for other purposes. So that's why it's a very much demand there to conserving the water. But it's almost 1,500 feet from the ground level. So that's why it's very difficult to find out the groundwater. As well as there is no river. So what is the source? The only source is the rainwater. So that's how they can manage. They can use this technology to reserve these tanks and other things. So likewise, when we are going there is some methodology to find out how we can collect the resource data. Like we found the secondary data from the secondary sources like BMD, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, how the rainfall pattern and how it's changed. And some primary data like 20 single story residential dwelling there we are surveyed that how they use this rain and how they store this rain and how much they will need to change their daily water demand, and also for the cost, how they develop this, and about the management practice year round, because there is some dry period but there is no rain, so how they can manage the water from this storage system. So that's why we mobilize the team and collection the data, talk with the people, some quality quantity data, field visits, and also the some the technology we are used like some drone technology as well as some cobo. All this technology are used, and then we found the results that there is a shortage of water. So how can they manage? Also the problems, the local problems, they used to go almost 200 to 300 feet downwards from their valley to collect the water. Like there is some seepage, so there is some hole and they just waiting for fill out the seepage, then fill their matka or something like this, a small storage system, then again came to their village. So it took whole day. So they just go to there, collect the water, and came back. And this water they use next 2 days. Then again, so weekly they go there 2 days later, 1 day for collecting whole the day, just this amount of water. So that's why this is a very challenging situation there. And there are almost rainfall, average rainfall is 1,200 millimeter, but some was like the whole rainfall, like this is the monsoon period, this is 2,000 millimeter, and more of like that in the year. So that's why there is some storage tank. We just found out some annual rainfall pattern. There is 1,000 plus annual rain, and total demand is 715 liters per day, which is 21.75 cubic meter. So that's why annual available rainwater, which is available right more than 180 meter cube. So that is water we need to store. So that's why we just propose that how they are using the water, like for drinking, for cooking, for bathing, and also some flushing. There is an toilets are there. They are using flushings for the tourist places. More than 95 resorts are there, which is come the tourists from all the country, and they are everything. They have huge amount of water they will need it, and also for some gardening around the valley, and for their uses some cars, local cars, they are need to be washing to use this water. So the total demand and the total management of this watershed we need to calculate and then find out that there is a storage systems year around the demand and the cumulative rainfall they have. So in the Chittagong region, this subject is in the Chittagong region. So there is an huge rainfall like in the June and July, the months, and also the August. So these 3 months, they have huge amount of rainfall. So that's why these 3 months, if they can store, then it is very effective for them. So that's why we found out the monthly rainfall potentials and the potentials of the volume of the water they will be needed and collected, and to organize the capacity, how they reserve. Then we concluded there are some recommendations by the catchment area, which is some gutter and some storage tanks. So now they are using from last 10 to 15 years, they're using some plastic tanks. But according to my visit here in Sri Lanka, so we have some knowledge about the ferrocement tank and also the calabash tank, which we can recommend them. So that's the major findings from here for the training. And also there is to fulfill all this amount of water, they are just using their rooftop. So lots of rooftops and their available of rooftop catchment area is sufficient to store the water they will be needed. So that's why just change of this. But now for the practice from there is an practice, but this is costly. Like to collect water downward, like more than 1,000 feet downward, there is a river, small water is there. They filled it out and buy a plastic tank they carry and store the every resource they just supplied. And per day they took almost 2,000 BDT, like $20 per day. So they need, so which they can save by the rainwater if they can accommodate all these things into it. So and also for this research work, so we have some statistics data from our government and also some research according to the rainwater harvesting and also the local practice, indigenous knowledge. All these are used in this research. And also we have the recent visit on the in the Mahiyangara. There we built this ferrocement pumping tank, which is very much not usable here in Bangladesh. Nothing is there. So that's why we are here. And also we develop our knowledge to implement this there in Bangladesh so that we can conserve this water. Like this is the 8,000 liter. So which is very much usable for our tourists and also some the local people, because tourists is used there and there is a community level tourism developed already there. So that's why we are just using this knowledge to implement there and make an example, make a piloting there to use this water year round by conserving this water management, so that they can reduce their daily costings and also for a sustainable solution for their water scarcity. So that's from my point. So I just thank you all to see these presentations, and also we will add something more value at your comments and suggestions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shahadat. You are very much well in time and very well elaborated that how you are studying local knowledge for converting that into practice and utilizing it for the rainwater harvesting. And definitely you will be learning more from the coming presentations. Now I would be inviting the second presenter. She is Shovanani Shakyan from Nepal. She is going to present on presentation. Her presentation is rainwater harvesting is a mean of achieving safe water and sanitation at the household level, the main theme of the presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have written her bio, but I would request her if she can introduce herself in detail as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is.
Okay. So there is a misunderstanding of the name. I think instead of Shova Nani, Miss Vasanta Padmini. She is joining us. Vasanta is a field officer at the present in a project promoting rainwater harvesting. She has worked with communities in exploring the possibility of introducing rainwater consumption as a controlling measure for spreading the kidney disease, CKDU, of unknown etiology. She has a wealth of experience in working with communities to address their demand for water. So over to Vasanatha Padmini.
සියලු දෙනාටම සුබ දවසක් ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා මම. මම කැමති ඉස්සෙල්ලා මම කවුද කියලා හඳුනලා දෙන්න. මගේ නම පත්මිනී කිව්වේ වසන්තා පතිරණ මැණිකේ. මගේ උපංගම රජරට පොළොන්නරුවේ දෙයත්ත කණ්ඩිය වගේ දුෂ්කර ප්‍රදේශයකට අවුරුදු 38කට ප්‍රථම මම පැමිණියා. එදා මෙදා තුර සමාජ සේවිකාවක් වශයෙන් වැඩ කරනවා. My name is Vasanta Patirana. I came to Dehiyattakandiya village in Polonnaruwa 38 years ago. වෙහිබින්දු ජල ව්‍යාපෘතියට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා මම 2014 මගේ ගුරුතුමා වෙහිබින්දු ජල ව්‍යාපෘතිය නිර්මාතෘ කෘෂි විද්‍යාඥ සංජිත් මුල්ලේරියා මහත්තයා. I joined the Raindrop project in 2014 and my mentor is Mr. Ranjit Muleria. එතුමා ගැන සීකල යුතුමයි. එතුමා ගැන සීකල යුතුමයි. වීලි කලාපේ ගොවීන්ට වැළඳුන වකුගඩු රෝගයට හේතුව සොයා ගැනීම සඳහා වැසි ජලයට හැකියාවක් ඇද්දැයි පරීක්ෂණයක් ආරම්භ කරා 2014 වර්ෂයේ. He started a research to find out whether rainwater consumption of rainwater that is harvested will help the kidney disease that was spreading in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. ප්‍රධාන අරමුණ ඒක තමයි. So that was the main objective. අප ලංකාවේ මම හිතනවා වකුගඩු රෝගයට හේතුව තවමත් නිශ්චිත වශයෙන්ම හොයාගෙන නැති වුණත් වතුර ජලයේ යම් කිසි විස ද්‍රව්‍යයක් ඇද්දයි වෛද්‍යවරු අනුමාන කරනවා. There has been no certain factor that is associated with the CKDU, but there is a lot of suggestion, lot of affiliation with the water that is being consumed. There's a link between water and the CKDU. අපගේ අවසනාවට එතුමා ඒ පරීක්ෂණය අවසන් කරන්න මත්තින් හෘදයාබාධයකින් මිය ගියා. Unfortunately, our mentor passed away from a heart attack before we finished the research. වැහිජල ව්‍යාපෘතියේ ආරම්භයේ මම හිතනවා එතුමා සංජය අරිරන්ද මහත්මිය සමග විශේෂ සාකච්ඡාවක් කළා. ඒ අනුව අපිට වැහිජල ටැංකියේ තාක්ෂණය මේ ආයතනයේ මතින් ලබා දුන්නා. So we received technical support at the initiation of the project from Dr. Tanuja Aryananda. ඒ වගේම මේ ව්‍යාපෘතියට සහාය දෙනවා මහනුවර රොටරි සමාජය. This project is being supported by the Rotary Club of Kandy. වැසිදල ටැංකි ලීටර් 5000 වැසිදල ටැංකි 380කට ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක් දැනට දෙහිඅත්ත කණ්ඩිය ප්‍රදේශයේ ස්ථාපිත කරලා තියෙනවා. In Dehiatta Kandiya, close to about 380 5,000 liter capacity rainwater harvesting tanks have been set up. ඒ සියලුම දෙනා ගොවීන්. All of them, those households, they are farmers. වකුරු ගොවීන්. And they are most importantly CKDU patients. වහලට වැටෙන වැහි ජලය පීල්ලක් කරහා ලීටර් 5000 ටැංකියට අපි යොමු කරනවා. So they, in this system they collect roof water. ටැංකියේ කටට දේශීය ෆිල්ටරයක් අපි හදාගත්ත ෆිල්ටරයක් පොල්කටු අඟුරු සහ තිරිවනා ගල් සහිත ෆිල්ටරයක් කට මතට සවි කරනවා. So there is a indigenous filtration system used here before the water is being diverted to the tank, which consists of burnt coconut shell and quartz stone, Tirivana stone. So the water gets filtered through this coconut, burnt coconut shell. Is that? I hope I'm right. And Tirivana or quartz stone. ඒ හරහා තමයි පිරිසුදු නැවුම් වැසි ජලය ටැංකියට ස්ටොක් වෙන්නේ. So that way the purified water gets collected in the tank. හැබැයි අපි ඉඳලා එන වැහි ටැංකියට පුරවන්නේ නැහැ. මෝසමත් එක්ක එන මේ දෙසැම්බර් මාසයේ එන වැහි ටික අපි ටැංකියට එකතු කරනවා. So what is collected is not the sporadic rains, but the rains that happens regularly as the monsoons in December. ව්‍යාපෘතියේ ප්‍රතිලාභ හැටියට මට හඳුන්වන්න පුළුවන්. සියලුම දෙනා වැහි ජලයට විශාල කැමැත්තක් රුචියක් තියෙන බව. So as the key benefits of this project, what I observed is there is a liking for consuming this rainwater. මම හිතනවා දෙහිඅත්ත කණ්ඩිය ප්‍රදේශයට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ බදුල්ල ශීතල කලාපවල ජනයා ඒ අයට ගම්වල දීපු වතුර වගේ දැනෙනවා කියන එක ප්‍රකාශ කරනවා. So I believe that this region, to this region, people who have migrated, who have come and settled, are from the cold hilly region. So they feel that this water in the tank is something somewhat similar to what they consumed in their own villages. වැසි ජලයට රෝගේ පාලනය කරන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ මතය වී තියෙනවා. So the doctors who were part of that project have observed that rainwater has the ability to kind of mitigate or control the disease. ඒක ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ සායන තුනක් අපි තියලා තියෙනවා මාස 6න් 6ට. එතනදී ලින් ජලය පරිභෝජන කරන අයගෙන් රෝගීන් මතු වුණා. වැසි ජලය පානය කරන අයගෙන් රෝගී මතුුනේ නැහැ. So during this project, there were consultations with the medical teams every 3 months. So when the people were consulted by the medical teams, what was observed was that people who consumed, so there were 2 samples, people who consumed well water and people who consumed water from rainwater harvesting tanks. So the doctors observed that people who consumed water from the rainwater harvest, there was no spreading or continuation of patients being reported. But while patients who consumed well water, there was an increased number of patients being reported. වැසි ජලය පරිභෝජනය කරන රෝගීන්ගේ අදහස තියෙන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට මුත්‍රා දැවිල්ල අගෝස්තු මාසයේ තද පෑවිල්ලත් එක්ක හැදෙන මුත්‍රා දැවිල්ල නැහැ හන්දිපත් තමාරු නැහැ වගේ අතුරු ආබාධ සියල්ල මේ කියන බව. So the patients reported that with consuming rainwater, the side effects that they felt as part of the disease, like the joint pain and the kind of irritation when with urination, all that is that have disappeared.
නිර්දේශ වශයෙන් මට මෙතෙක් අවුරුදු 8ක් තුළ ලැබපු අත්දැකීම් අනුව ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න පුළුවන්.
My recommendations with my 8 years of experience.
අපි දැනට වකුගඩු රෝගී පවුල් වල ගම් වල ඇතුලේ මේ ටැංකි ස්ථාපිත කරන්නේ නගරයේ අයටත් මේ ස්ථාපිත කළ යුතුයි කියලා මම යෝජනා කරනවා.
Among one of my recommendations is also to promote the consumption of rainwater in the urban areas, not only in the rural settings.
දැනට දෙහිඅත්තකණ්ඩිය ප්‍රදේශයේ ගම්මාන 18ක මම කටයුතු කරනවා. එතනදී මට දකින්න ලැබෙන්නේ අහන්න ලැබෙන්නේ රෝගී නොවන පවුල් වලට ටැංකි අවශ්‍යතාවයයි. රෝගය මතුවෙන්න ප්‍රථම ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ තියෙන ජල ප්‍රශ්නය අනුව කිවුල් ජලය මත ඒ නිසා රෝගය මතුවෙන්න ප්‍රථම ජල ටැංකි ලබා දිය යුතුයි කියන එක මම නිර්දේශ කරනවා යෝජනා කරනවා.
So another recommendation is also to provide rainwater harvesting before a patient or patients are being reported from a household. So in other words, to provide rainwater tanks to households that do not have any patients from the region.
ඊළඟට පසු විපරමක් අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. ටැංකියක් හදලා ගෙදර ඇවිල්ලා මට ඉන්න බෑ. වහින වෙලාවට යන්න හිතෙනවා. මොකද නිරන්තර පසු විපරමක් අවශ්‍යයි කියන එක මම යෝජනා කරනවා.
Another recommendation is there has to be a continued follow-up and monitoring because she feels that she can't just leave them just like that when there is rain.
ඊළඟට වෛද්‍යවරයා හා වකුගඩු රෝගියා අතර සම්බන්ධීකාරකෙක් අවශ්‍යයි කියනවා. උදාහරණයක් ගත්තොත් මිඩ්වයිෆ් නෝනා කරන කාර්යභාරය වගේම වකුගඩු රෝගියා හා වෛද්‍යවරයා අතර සම්බන්ධීකාරකෙක් අවශ්‍යයි කියලා නිර්දේශ කරනවා.
So another recommendation is also to have an intermediary between the patient and the doctors or the medical practitioner.
වකුගඩු රෝගය සුව කර ගැනීමට වැහි ජලය උපකාරී වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් මම නිහඬව ස්තුතියි.
So finally, I conclude my presentation with the hope that may rainwater be able to address this kidney disease to mitigate it forever.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vasantha. This was really interesting, and this is related to misperception of water quality, rainwater quality. And to me, this was again, it was a big challenge when we were introducing rainwater harvesting in Pakistan. Everyone was talking, is it good for drinking? Everyone talks about it. Even in universities, when I was delivering the seminar, the people were saying that, is it good for drinking? First of all, how much we need for drinking daily? Only hardly 5 to 10%. The rest, basically, the challenge of water is that we need more quantity. Actually, our living standard has improved. There are multiple factors which has resulted and that we are using more water as compared to the previous person living 30, 40, 50 years back. Now we have improved our living style. But water quality, rain is the purest form of water. Just imagine that it is a distilled water. Actually, when it touches something, then there is a water quality issue. Whether it touches the roof, touches the surface, or any other body. So we need to take care that how we collect this. So introduction of very small and simple methods of water quality, filtrations, and some other methods can be utilized as we are using for the other drinking water supply systems. We are creating water filtration systems and boiling and chlorination and So why we can't do this for the rainwater harvesting? But this is the purest form. Thank you very much for this. I think it was a great study, and this needs to be followed up later on. Our next speaker is Nithara. I'm sorry for that. Can you pronounce it?
It's Nethara McPherson from Malawi.
From Malawi. Nethara was elected as chairman of the Rainwater Harvesting Association of Malawi, where he has provided leadership in the promotion of water harvesting techniques, developing and nurturing collaboration between government and NGOs, and identifying new funding opportunities and seeking investments for implementing rainwater harvesting. Nethara led a team of experts in the development of the first technical field manual on rainwater harvesting used by extension workers in the country. He has also contributed a book chapter published by the International Water Association on the experience of rainwater harvesting in Malawi. Over to Madhara.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I would like to also thank the organizers for this second SARNET International Conference for Rainwater Harvesting for inviting me and also my colleague from Uganda to share our experiences on what we are doing on rainwater harvesting, specifically in Malawi, but also from Africa perspective. And basically, one of the things that we came was to share our knowledge and experience in the construction of the calabash system. So there have been several ferrocement tanks constructed here in Sri Lanka, like the pumpkin and other ferrocement tanks. But we had come to share our knowledge and skills on the construction of the calabash system. But while we are also sharing our knowledge about the calabash system, we also came to learn about the pumpkin tank. So it has been a very wonderful experience. We have learned a lot, and we are looking forward to see how we can also scale up the pumpkin tank in Malawi and in Africa. So this is the typical calabash system that we are talking about. This is a 7,500 system that we had constructed in one of the schools in Lilongwe City in 2020. That's when this particular tank was constructed. So by way of introduction, I'll first of all give you a context of where Malawi is located, because I've discovered that most people, they know where Nigeria is. And whenever you say I'm from Malawi, they say, is Malawi in Nigeria? So Malawi is not in Nigeria, because I think Nigeria is somewhere here, but Malawi, we are here. In southern, eastern, central Africa. That's where we are located. It's a country of 118,000 square kilometers, about 18 million people. And 1/3 of the country is covered by a lake. And this is a freshwater lake. We call it Lake Malawi. It stretches about 300 kilometers from the south to the north. Freshwater, but hardly utilized. You go in the cities, you still have water, intermittent supply of water. And you still have so many areas which are not supplied with the 24-hour supply of water, despite having this huge water body. So that's the tragedy that we're facing as a country. If we look at the evidence for climate change in Malawi, we've had a lot of dry spells and droughts in the recent years. And what is very strange with these dry spells and droughts is that sometimes they happen within the same year. So you have one area where there's flooding, there's too much rain. Then you have another area within within the country where there are droughts and dry spells. And this we have also seen even this year. The northern part of Malawi, there were droughts and crops were dry. But the southern part of Malawi, we had a lot of flooding. We had the cyclone Freddy in March, which caused a lot of devastation. 12 districts were affected. Over 500,000 people were affected. 626 dead, over 500 missing. So this is as recent as March this year. And that's the evidence for climate change and the need for rainwater harvesting to address water challenges, but also water harvesting for disaster risk management. Because much of this is as a result of the destruction of the watersheds. The trees have been cut, and when these cyclones come, they cause so much devastation. Looking at the water supply situation in Malawi, so 30% of the people do not have basic water supply. That's very unfortunate if you consider that 1/3 of the country is covered by freshwater lake. 9% in rural areas and 3% in urban areas. We still have these gaps, and we need to find alternative sources of water to fill these gaps. And rainwater harvesting offers that opportunity to provide this water to these communities. So we are Rainwater Harvesting Association of Malawi. And this year we are marking 20 years since we were formed in 2003 as a development partner for government towards integrated water resource management. So it's individuals, but also institutions who are promoting different water harvesting technologies. But we are also a member to different other networks, like the Southern Eastern Africa Rainwater Network, but also the International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance. I don't know how we can also join the SARNET. Since we are here, if there's a chance that we can also submit our application to become a member of SARNET, I think we would be glad to do that. So the association aims to facilitate rainwater research, technology development, advocacy, training. So far, we have about 157 individual members and the 35 corporate membership. The way we operate as an association, through the different linkages that we have a memorandum of understanding with different partner organizations, the International Rainwater Alliance, Clean Water Healthy Village based in the Netherlands, but also with a number of other local organizations. So we sign a memorandum of understanding, we agree on activities that we can do together, promotion, advocacy, but also implementation. But in the issue to do with the calabash systems, one of the key elements that we are also looking at is the capacity building of the muscles. Because if you look at the calabash system, it's a specialized kind of a system. You need the muscles who know what they are doing. So we also spent a lot of time capacity building of these muscles on how they can construct these calabash systems. And that's the knowledge that we also came to share with the muscles here. Piloting and demonstration, because we always say in Malawi that seeing is believing. So we talked about the calabash system as a concept, but one of the things that we had to do was to demonstrate how it operates. And most importantly, to answer the questions that people have. And the same questions which the chair was asking to say, how safe is this water for drinking? We also need to answer those questions. And the other questions would be, how long would the water last? Because people think that rainwater, after a few days, it will go stale. So we had to answer those questions to say, if you keep rainwater safely and it's enclosed, there is darkness in the tank, the water will last longer. And there are still those questions that we have to answer. And one way of answering them was through the piloting and the demonstration. For the scaling up of the calabash systems, we also did a lot of publicity and advocacy. So through the local newspapers, through the TVs, both print and online media, we had to do a lot of publicity. Proposal development, but also market development for these calabash systems. So since 2020, there were some trainings which were conducted in 2018, but from 2020, that's when, through the linkage with the Clean Water Health Village from the Netherlands, that's when we started expanding the pool of muscles who can build these calabash systems. So we started maybe with about 8 or 9, but we kept on expanding that pool of muscles to close to 60 or 70 muscles. Supervision and monitoring of the muscles. When the muscles are being trained, we also need to monitor them for some time to see how they have gained the skill and how they're able to maintain the quality of these systems. So far, we have over 130 calabash systems, but our target is to build 2,000 in the next 2 or 3 years. So it may seem like a mountain to move, but they say faith can move mountains. So a journey of 1,000 kilometers has to start with a single step. So far we have about 130 calabash systems, but we are moving towards our target. So part of the activities that we have been doing is this high-level political support. So our patron, as an association, previously she was the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change. When we told her about the calabash system and the impact it can make at the household or institutional level, she came to inaugurate one of the first calabash systems that we had. And you can see her on the right, and on the left is another deputy minister from another. And when you have this kind of support, then you are assured of high level of publicity about these calabash systems. And through our linkage with the minister, we were also able to have a pavilion or a stand at the National Green Climate Conference. And we were somewhere like 6-7 pavilions down the line. But when they saw what we were displaying and what we were explaining there, they pushed up the queue to be the first pavilion that the state president should see and hear about water harvesting. Yes, here we were explaining to the state president of Malawi about the calabash system, about water harvesting, and the difference that it can make in addressing the impacts of climate change. And you know, wherever the state president goes, there's a lot of media and there's a lot of attention. And we believe that this was also one of the turning points that helped us to raise the profile of water harvesting, and especially the calabash systems. Most importantly, we also needed to link the calabash system with its applications. So how relevant is storing water, rainwater in these calabash systems in terms of wash, sanitation and hygiene, but also how relevant is it if we link it with permaculture. So linkage with the Scope Malawi, they are promoting permaculture in schools, but they're also promoting wash activities. And that's how we brought the relevance of these calabash systems in this initiative. So we had the Green Schools Initiative, in which we are building the calabash systems in schools. Over 26 schools have been reached with calabash systems of 10 cubic meters. But also, there are also other high capacity ferrocement tanks that we have also done in these schools. So these are some of the examples of the 10,000 liter calabash systems that we had been doing in schools. And the high capacity ferrocement tanks that we also promote in schools. So this is a 30,000 liter ferrocement tank that we did in one of the schools, so they can do wash, but also the permaculture activities with that. But we also have got a number of household level, a number of calabash systems constructed at household level. And this was Han when he visited Malawi last year. We have the green village, what we call green model village. So this is one village where we wanted to concentrate a number of calabash systems in one village as a learning center, so that other community members can come and learn from this community. So we have about 10 calabash systems in one village, and they are using the calabash systems at a household level. They are smaller because of the size of the houses at the roof area, but they make a huge difference at household level. And that green village, they are also doing a number of other water harvesting technologies. So this is part of the Green Village that we continue to work with. And some of the households that we have been working with, they needed 2 systems at one household. So it also depends on the demand and what their household needs are. And this was an example of 2 systems of 10,000 liters at one household. And within the Green Village, these are some of the benefits, being able to have some backyard gardens, and it makes a difference in terms of their nutrition also. We had to use the marketing principles also, because we also want to create the demand for these calabash systems. So having a calabash system by a busy highway and putting a phone number there so that those who may want these systems, they should be able to contact us. And yes, we really got a lot of feedback based on these systems. We have also done 20,000 liter systems. So this is an example of a 20,000 liter calabash system that we have done in one of the farms. So what are some of the key success factors for the calabash systems in Malawi? The strong advocacy and the publicity. We really spent a lot of time trying to raise awareness and create publicity about the systems. The synergy with government and the private sector. So while at policy level, we want to work with government, but we also have to link up with a lot of these NGOs who are coming in to support the implementation of the calabashes. But also the passion and the determination of the team. Because as rainwater harvesting, we had to believe in this technology to be able to carry the message to the general public. And that passion is still there. So the lessons that we have learned so far, we need to build local capacity in the construction and management of the systems. This is a local level technology, decentralized technology. When we build the calabash systems, the community members, they also benefit because we are creating employment for the local people. We also leave the skills within the local people. They can maintain them on their own. And as we have learned with the pumpkin tank, we can even teach the women groups how to construct these calabash systems. So we are also boosting the local communities and we are leaving the skills within the local communities. And that's very important. So we need some long-term investment plans for these calabash systems. We need to be innovative. While there's a standard way on how we can do it, but depending on circumstances and where we're coming from, we can always adapt some of the steps in the construction of these calabash systems. And what is important is to have the extension support. So like I mentioned, we have been here almost for 5 days learning about the pumpkin tank. It has been a very exciting journey. And we have almost finished one pumpkin tank. So we are looking forward to see how we can scale up this pumpkin tank in Malawi and in Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. In fact, you have branded the calabash system and promoted it through extension work as well as devotion and determination. After this, we have little change in the program, and there is a student from Engineering University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. She's going to deliver her presentation, Investigation of Rainwater Quality to Evaluate its Sustainability for Drinking in Sri Lanka. Ms. Veera Singh.
Can I audible?
I think now it's open. Miss Veera, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start. We can't hear you. Your slides are visible.
Good morning, all of you. I am HWG Veera Singh. My research topic is investigation of rainwater quality to evaluate it is suitable for drinking purpose. I done in Chime Sri Lanka Joint Research and Demonstration Center for Water Technology in Sri Lanka. This is my introduction part. I was select the Kuragala Polpitigma rural area to my research. In this case, I mainly focus blending mechanism in Kurunakal Polpitigama area. Use rainwater to drinking purpose, as well as all the houses has wells. But these people don't use this water to drinking purpose. This is my methodology part. First, I identify the problem and select the area. I select Kurunagala Polpathikama GN division. After that, I done literature review. Next, I collect the rainwater sample and groundwater sample. In here, I done a questionnaire survey. According to my questionnaire survey, I collect data according to roof type, sampling and storage type. This area has clay tile roof, asbestos roof, aluminium sheet roof, as well as they are store water in plastic storage tank and ferro cement tanks. I analyze data by using ICP-MS, ion chromatography, and Liharo multi-element analyzer. After that, I rainwater and groundwater compare with drinking water standard and analyze the data. Next, I propose the suitable solution for that. This is my blending mechanism. First, I analyze the data. After that, I rainwater and groundwater mix different ratios. After that, I measure the all parameters, and next I blended sample filter by using microfilter. After that, I filter with UV filter and mix some amount of some equal amount of blended water. Microfilter use with 1 micrometer pore size for use to filter the microorganism and suspension particle. This is my key finding. I measure basic parameters after treatment rainwater and after treatment groundwater. These results are mentioned here, and as well as I mentioned after treatment, like blending after blended water sample, average value of the basic parameters, and last column and after mention drinking water standard in MOH. This slide I mentioned my questionnaire survey data. In this slide, first graph, first chart, I display satisfaction with the quality of rainwater. This as well as I mentioned I done a questionnaire survey according to roof type and storage type. That data I mentioned here. According to my these results, some pH values are high. Research pH values are higher. That mean drinking water quality standard maximum level. I find the solution is that people use aluminium rooftop. I think that is the problem to hide the pH value. In blending mechanism, groundwater and rainwater blended according to these different values, and I use the UV filter. It was designed to help to desanify the bacteria in the blended rainwater and groundwater, ensure the customer this water is clean and safe water. This is my another one of the questionnaire survey data. This chart, first chart I mentioned, consumption of rainwater. 62% of people's drinking rainwater used for drinking purpose. 32% of people use washing and only drinking purpose. 62% people use cooking and drinking purpose, but that rainwater insufficient to dry season, as well as that area has rainwater, tap water, and groundwater. Groundwater, tap water as use the another kind of groundwater. That details I mentioned here. This is concluding and recommendation in my research. Blending rainwater and groundwater treatment reduce the mineral concentration in the groundwater, and that concentrate mix with the rainwater. I think my research in successfully in my blending mechanism. Optimal blending ratio is 1:1. It is better than other ratios such as 1:1 ratio in recommended level in drinking water. treated water sample should show acceptable level. I think it is suitable solution for that problem. This is my acknowledgement part. I done my research in China Sri Lanka Joint Research and Demonstration Center. I acknowledge Dr. Beragoda, Ministry of Director of Department, as well as I acknowledge the senior chemist Madhubhashini Makel Wala in China Sri Lanka and Demonstration Center, Ministry of Water Supply, as well as my supervisor is Engineer Samil Hamid, Civil Engineer in China Sri Lanka and Joint Grand Minister of Water Supply Sri Lanka, as well as I acknowledge the Dhanushi Senanayaka, Coordinator of South Asia Region Center and Rainwater Harvesting, Lanka Water Harvesting Forum, Sri Lanka. Thank you for all to attend my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meera Singh, for sharing your research on water quality of rainwater harvesting, rainwater. Definitely, the results of each research would depend upon from where we are collecting the water samples and which is the area. But generally, as we were talking in the previous presentation, rain is the purest form of water, but definitely when we are going to use it, store it, the water quality issue we have to cater for. We are short of time and the organizers have requested for little change. We will be continuing after lunch, but before that we have only 4 minutes to have few questions from the audience right over here. From if you have 1 or 2 questions, and then we will be proceeding for lunch and coming back at 1:15, and we will be continuing with the rest of the technical session. So over to audience for any question, please. Your name, please announce your name and the presenter to whom you want to ask question. Yes, Miss Mike, please. Yeah. Online people are watching online, so you can go to the dice. Help, please.
This is it's not a question. In fact, this is to Vasanta. Somebody should translate her response. I just want to, rainwater harvest is a wonderful solution for the CDKU places. I just, what the local government's doing, since it's known that it's a good solution for this particular place. So the local government should be able to support this kind of activities. They must have done some effort regarding that. That is one. Then and to the Nethara, what I would suggest, okay, we have the similar, we say in Kerala, in India, rainwater harvesting, we say ferrocement tanks for this kind of tanks, what the calabash tanks. Our problem is the maintenance of these tanks in schools, particularly. We do the government system install the whole thing, but after a couple of years, it's not maintained properly. So, do you face any challenges regarding the maintenance? That's very important. Okay. Okay, then I got one of things to the Sahadat in Bangladesh. See, we have got a rain center. You got a picture of the rain center. Well, you mentioned about there's got a potential for this particular place. Rainwater is good potential, but at the same time, we would like to know you got a rain center. What type of promotional actions you're taking over there? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Matthew. Oh, sorry. Okay, you can. Yeah, you can go, please.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the picture you saw, the rain center is here in Sri Lanka. This is not in Bangladesh. But here in Bangladesh, we have the BM, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, which is have in the around of this country, there is almost 100 plus rainwater gauge stations are there. That each district, how much rain come and how they are using. And also there is an rain forum. The name's organization in our country is Rain Forum. Rain Forum is an SARNET organization which is working on this rainwater harvesting. Different parts of our country have different calamity activities. Like for the coastal area, there is cyclone and they are very much affected for the silent water. So this silent water is not usable by them. So that's why they are depending on the rainwater by storing in the ponds, in reservoir, in canals, and also some plastic reservoirs. There is the cyclone center, and beside this there is a series of plastic tanks which is almost 20,000 30,000 liter. So they are storing it and they're using when the dry period and there is a salinity is huge. So that's it. Thank you very much.
So only 1 minute.
දැනට එම්මෝච් එක අපිට සහාය දෙනවා එම්මෝච් කාර්යාලය.
She doesn't. Yeah, I told us she doesn't get any help from the local government, but she says from the medical officer of health, she gets some support.
Yes, your question regarding the maintenance of these structures in schools. So as soon as we've finished construction of these structures, the training on operation and maintenance is a must. We need to do it immediately. And we hand over to the school how they can maintain the structure. When we are handing over to the school, we also give them some simple equipment which they can use. And during the construction of these structures, we are using the masons from around the school itself, from the local community, so that even after completion, those people are still there and they can come back and maintain these structures. But the challenge we have with some of the schools, there is no security. Maybe the school has no fence, so there is always a lot of vandalism. You'll find the tap has been removed. Yes, that happens a lot. But once the school realizes the value of the structure itself, you'll find that eventually in a year or two, they begin to put in place measures to protect it. So we have some schools where they have created a fence around it, and they set up a few students to be monitoring the usage of the tank itself. So it's all how we empower the school community and the local communities on how they should look after the structure. Thank you.
Netha, there's one more question online for you. How water quality is being looked for drinking water in calabash systems?
So for the calabash systems, we insist that the water is not for drinking, but if they want to drink it, then they need to put some simple water treatment systems. Because so many things can happen on the roof, as you rightly mentioned. Before it reaches the roof surface, the water is clean. But from the roof to the structure, so many things can happen in between. So as a disclaimer, we say not for drinking. If you want to drink it, do some simple water treatment mechanism.
Yeah.
So they can use the chlorine, the water guard, the boiling, or sand filter, just to be on the safe side as an association, but also for the beneficiaries.
Yeah. Thank you very much. With this, we are closing the first part of the first technical session, and we proceed for lunch. The participants who are here and the participants who are virtually participating, they can have their lunch at their own. Thank you very much. We have to come back at 1:15. We are already behind the schedule, please. I request you please take seats on the remaining part of technical session 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are really sorry from the participants who are virtually taking part. The next presenter is Mr. Dr. Manoj P. Samol. He is going to talk about techno-economic evaluation of a multimedia vertical flow filter for roof water harvesting. Mr. Manoj Samol has developed and popularized many technologies. Among some of these are water filtration system for different end uses like drinking, irrigation, and groundwater recharging, polyethylene lined ponds for water harvesting and fish farming for hill terrains, GA tools kits for groundwater management, water quality, decision support system, expert system for technology evaluation. He has more than 150 publications to his credit with 52 research papers in the international and national peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Small has also won several awards. He has worked as state manager of the World Bank aided rainwater harvesting campaign for government of Kerala, India. His research areas include hill hydrology, rainwater harvesting, groundwater management, watershed management, IP evaluation, solar energy, and post-harvest fishery engineering. Currently, Dr. Manoj is the executive director of the Center for Water Resources Development and Management, Kozhikode, India. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Manoj.
Good afternoon. It will be difficult to sit again post-lunch session, I know, but still I will try to make it interesting. Thank you for the nice words, dear Chairman. First of all, let me thank the organizers, SARNET team, for giving us this opportunity to come over here from another country and present about the activities we have taken up in our country. Basically, I am a scientist in Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Presently, I am on deputation to a state government institution in Kerala as an executive director. We are working on all aspects of water management. We have 35 scientists in my team. So we are working on surface water, groundwater, irrigation, wetlands, water quality, and many more. And today I will be presenting the results we got from one of the studies we have conducted on developing filtration system for roof water harvesting. Before starting the presentation, we were told to make a country presentation so that about India, all of you know. But about water, I just want to emphasize that even though India, I think we crossed China in the population, but as far as the water resources are concerned, only 4% of the total water resources belongs to India. But we are feeding around 17% of the population. That is the problem with India. We have total water availability is 1153 billion cubic meter in a year. And our total demand is around 950 now. But maybe in 2050, we are expecting that we are going to reach the total demand up to 1,450 billion cubic meter. So that maybe in the 1 or 2 decades, we will be facing a big issue as far as the demand and supply paradigm is concerned. And I'm coming from the southern part of India, Kerala. Aerial distance from Colombo maybe less than 1 hour, and our climate is more or less same. Our food is also more or less same, and we have a lot of coconuts in our place also. So that we actually myself and Dr. Josie is from Kerala here. So we basically have a lot of different types of topography there. We have hill area, beaches, midland areas, and we our pride is that we have a lot of cultural diversity in our state itself. And we developed actually part of our campaign. I was part of a German campaign, so that we developed some rainwater harvesting, roof water harvesting system. You can see a few pictures here. And apart from that, this is for drinking water. The bottom one is actually for irrigation in large quantity. How we can collect the running water, surface runoff as well as roof water. And now we'll come to the presentation. So that today we will be looking towards the quality aspect of roof water, like the Honorable Chairman told. The water as such, rainwater is pure, but when it touches any surface, the contaminate, it start getting contaminated. So that it may be, the roof water includes organic matter, inert solids, fecal deposits from animals and birds, trace amount of metals and complex organic compounds. That's why we thought of developing a filtration system, but using natural materials, some biodegradable fibers and some charcoals made up of biomaterials, and how these filter can be effectively utilized for that means purifying water which is coming from the roof areas. So that our objectives were to design and evaluate a hydraulically efficient filtration mechanism for roof water harvesting. We emphasize the word hydraulically efficient because filter we can develop in different ways, but it should be hydraulically efficient because we are getting rainfall in a small time, and we have to divert as much as water to the harvesting tank. If you make a very complex filtration system, sometimes it may work well because it may remove all the impurities, but the hydraulic efficiency is so less, so that only very few amount of water will be collected in the harvesting tank. So that it should satisfy both. It should be removing the contaminant, same time it should be hydraulically efficient. And then to evaluate the economic viability of the filtration mechanisms developed. And of course, finally we developed a decision support system, an expert system using Visual C, C++, so that how it can be used, can be converted to a mobile application or a software program, so that people can use it. They can actually, I will show it maybe towards the last part of my presentation. So the rainwater harvesting, like again the Honorable Chairman has told in the morning, urban and rural, we have different strategies. Maybe in the rural, we will look mainly for the surface, that is groundwater recharge, drainage line treatment, and many more. But for urban areas, we have very few places, very few areas for the recharge of water. Rather, we collect it in tanks and we will use for the lean season. So that we calculated this, our part of the country, my state, our annual average rainfall is more than that of Sri Lanka. We are getting 3,000 millimeter rainfall. Entire west coast of Kerala, from Goa to west coast of India, from Goa to even Kanyakumari, we are getting almost 3,000 millimeters of rainfall in a year. But even though we are facing water scarcity because it is very much ill distributed, very much skewed, we are getting rainfall mainly during the southwest monsoon. So that June, July, August, September. Now it is a little bit pushed towards August, September, November, October. Previously, it starts in June and ends in August, but now it is actually ends in September or even October. Anyway, so that this 3-4 months we are getting maximum amount of rainfall. Another 8 months we don't have much rainfall, so that we have to collect this water and use it for lean period. And a small roof of 100 square meter, it gives around 3 lakhs liters. 3 lakhs means in that means around 0.3 million liters we get from a roof in my state. And we actually published it in Current Science. It is one of the very famous journal in Kerala, India. So that we published that this one in Current Science. So that this is the normal way what we do. We also actually we have a lot of this tiled patched roof. From that roof through gutters we collect and we use this ferrocement or any other type of tank. One important thing here, before we collect it in the tank, we use a filtration system, And that about that filtration system only I'm going to tell now. But after this filtration, from the 3 lakhs liters on the 100 square meter roof, we are collecting only 30,000 liters maximum, because we need water only for 3 months or 100 days. Remaining water will do, because already it is filtered. So that Joss and his team has developed a very nice idea. Why don't we directly recharge it to the well? We have a lot of open wells, unconfined wells. Actually, the density of well is almost 250 wells in a square kilometer in Kerala. So that he developed a very nice program so that this roof water can be directly recharged after filtration to the open wells. And for community, we can have a cluster approach also. All the many roofs can be connected and it can be collected in a single tank. And again, coming back to the filtration system, here we used actually 3 materials. Actually, one is of course sand, another is gravel, but the third one is very important. That is somebody that madam was also telling. We used the coconut shell charcoal. It is a very good absorbent. Coconut shell charcoal. Then we also used anthracite. That is also a charcoal material. Then wood charcoal also. Then innovation here is actually, here we used a screen, different types of screens we tested. Here we used a natural fiber screen, non-woven, coir, sisal combination, non-woven screen we used. Then we also tested aluminium mesh and nylon screen. So the different combination, different ratios and different materials we tested. And this is the methodology flowchart. Because of the time constraint, I will not go in detail. We tested actually both the quality wise, quantity wise, hydraulic efficiency wise, pollution removal efficiency wise, and finally find out which is the best filter combination. And parallelly, we developed a decision support system. This is the way we arranged it. Actually, sand, then this fiber screen, then charcoal, then again fiber screen, then gravel. And we tested it and we developed an index. Actually, here we have to look for, as I told in the beginning, we have to look towards 2 aspects. One is hydraulic efficiency, other is pollutant removal efficiency. So we developed a combined index we called UPI, Universal Performance Index, so that both the things are taken care of here. And which combination gets the maximum UPI value, that we have selected. And this is the key findings. These are the key findings. Almost all the parameters we are getting very good result. It is getting removed. Finally, we found out the best filter combination is gravel, shell charcoal, coconut shell charcoal, sand in 1:1:1:1, separated by non-woven sisal coir fiber screens. And that is giving a very good performance for removing the contaminants in the roof water. And we have also done the economic analysis and the cost of filtration. Maybe this is little changing. This almost 3-4 years back, so that the amount may be little bit, maybe altered little bit, but still around the 20 rupees per cubic meter the cost, and non-NPV net present value and internal rate of return, BC ratio, all are giving good propositions. This is a decision support system we developed, so that here this can be used for many purposes. So that if you test water and you give the input, the water quality parameters input, it will tell you which purpose it can be used. It can be used for drinking water, irrigation water, bath, animal use, domestic use. If it is actually which parameters extend, that means beyond when beyond the standards as per the WHO, Pollution Control Board, or any other standards, and how best we can actually which type of filter we can use for actually solving this issue or making the water in a better, or purifying the water. And we got a copyright also from Indian Patent Office for this decision support system. And finally, concluding recommendations are for roof water filters, anthracite media, non-woven sisal coir screen, 1:1 proposition. Individually, we are taking these all are the best. This one, as far as media is concerned, anthracite is best. That means in the central adsorbent media, and the screen non-woven sisal coir, and the proposition 1:1. But if a combination is taken, gravel, shell charcoal, sand in 1:1:1 proposition, separated by non-woven sisal coir mesh is the best one. It is very good in removing chemicals like potassium, sodium, phosphate, and nitrate, but it's not very good for removing calcium and magnesium. So that we thought that the inference may be because of the lignin content in the coir fiber. Maybe this may be happening. And based on the estimated annual cost and returns, all the IRR, NPV, BCR, all are good. It is environmentally, the main point is that this is environmentally compatible because we are using natural fibers and natural materials only. And finally a decision support system is developed. It can be used for for laymen for finding out the standard of their water and for which purpose it can be used, and if any issues there, which parameter exceeded beyond the standards, and how it can be brought to normal standard by using which type of filter. All these things the decision support system will tell you. And my acknowledgement is Indian Council of Agricultural Research and the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, because they have supported in taking up this research. Thank you very much. This is my institute in Calicut, so that when you come to Kerala, anytime anybody is supposed to come to even Tamil Nadu or Kerala, please do come to this part. It is a nice place. We have 60 acres of land and it's a beautiful campus. Indian Institute of Management Calicut is just adjacent campus. We have a National Institute of Technology also in nearby place. So it's a happening city. You can come. It's a beach city, and we have a hill area called Wayanad nearby. So if you come, I think we can. I have a guest house. We will give you good hospitality. So to please.
That's great. That's a great sponsorship, I think. Thank you very much, Dr. Manoj, for presenting very much professional work in taking care of water quality. In fact, what I would share that rainwater harvesting is basically we harvest rain for future use. So we are going to store it, whether you are taking care of water quality right at the time of raining, or we need to take care of water quality when it will be used for what purpose. So thank you very much for sharing your research. Next presenter is Mr. Deva Hapugoda. He is going to share the pumpkin tank story with us. He is the pioneer in introducing the pumpkin-shaped tank to Sri Lanka. Mr. Hapugoda is an engineer. He has extensive experience in promoting rainwater harvesting and efficient ways of water use, particularly in Afghanistan. Currently, he is a director of the Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum Governing Board. Over to Mr. Deva.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hussain, for the introduction. And thank you for organizers for selecting my paper to relate this story, which I always wanted to relate. And I did not expect that this conference will accept this paper. During my 40 years of rural water supply, I am a rural water supply engineer. I have more than projects, I have stories. Every rural project is a story. And today we have this pumpkin story. In 30 years ago, I come to Sri Lanka from the Pacific Islands in Kiribati, where I used rainwater harvesting for 6 years before that, 100% rainwater. Pacific Islands, those islands are more like Maldives Islands. This groundwater is not a good situation. So they have huge 2 ferrocement tanks for every house and a pressure pump. When you open the tap, the pressure pump works and the ground tanks will supply you with the water. That is 28 years ago, in Sri Lanka, they started a project called the CWSSP, Community Water Supply and Sanitation Project. And Mr. Han Heinen, who is with us today, was the consultant. And this project was funded by the World Bank. And they was serving over 2,000 villages in Sri Lanka. And the project was to be, I think it was the first of that type of big World Bank funded project in the world, where they were almost piloting the option of the community looking after their own water supply. And this project was to supply water to the people using the normal shallow wells, spring supply, and surface well, deep wells and so on. But rainwater harvesting was not one of the options. Mr. Han can correct me if I'm wrong in this place, but Mr. Han, as a consultant, he found that rainwater harvesting, this is in 1995, was an option, but the project did not include rainwater harvesting. So he had to get permission to do rainwater harvesting. And this project had a steering committee, and the steering committee, it was under the Ministry of Housing at the time. The steering committee gave permission to consider rainwater harvesting and allowed for an action research project to be done on rainwater harvesting. The challenge was you have to supply at least 50 liters of water per household with a household, and you should be able to 50 liters per month, sorry, per day, and should supply, you can spend only $100 per household. Correct? I don't know whether you remember. Yeah.
It was more or less the challenge to go for storage should be 1 rupee per liter.
Okay.
At the time it was 2 rupees.
Okay. So basically, I was given the challenge that you should design, do a research and see whether rainwater harvesting is feasible. For each house, the tank should not cost more than $100 at that time, 1995. So though I have used rainwater in the Kiribati Islands, those tanks are much, much more expensive. So we could not introduce those tanks into this project. So the main challenge was more of a cost balancing challenge. Okay, let's go on slides. Okay, so what I will do is I will put 7 questions on the screen and then try to answer those questions and then try to finish it by that. Okay. So the first question, why did the project steering committee want to action research file? That I already explained. And the financial concerns also we discussed. Okay, then next one. What were the results of action pilot on domestic rainwater harvesting? Okay, so on the action pilot, I think the breakthrough came because of the terms of reference that were prepared by Mr. Han. And then I was appointed as the coordinator, and then we had to result and do a pilot. And the result is the pumpkin tank. Then we presented the pumpkin tank to the steering committee. But it cost $125, I remember at that time. And then the response of the project steering committee was that you can use rainwater harvesting, but it will be only in places where other options are not feasible. Then we thought the problem is solved. Then we went to the village. We selected a village and we were asked to pilot this rainwater harvesting in that village. But we did not expect that. Everybody in the village protested. And they even sent a petition to the minister and asked us to stop everything. They wanted pipe water. But steering committee or the project was not ready to supply pipe water. Where you have to pump the water, where the people have to collect money and look after a system which they could not manage because this is going to be managed by the community. Then we, on the implementation side, we were insisting that this is the best option. So we did social mobilization, and then through social mobilization, we managed to find one family who was willing to accept rainwater harvesting. Then we got that family to make a written request to us that they want rainwater harvesting. And we constructed the first rainwater harvesting tank, underground tank. And once the tank was filled, and this location was up in a hilly area. And once the tank was filled with water, they were very impressed with the water. And they did not walk all the way down to the well to collect their water. So that was the basic. Then after that, we got everybody to make a written request who wants rainwater harvesting. Then the politics came in. There were the people in the governing party were made requests. The people in the opposition did not make requests. Then we decided to build only for those who made requests. Then inside the village, there was a dialogue or debate because the people who did not request did not get anything. Then at the end, everybody made requests and the whole village got rainwater harvesting tanks. The question 5 is mostly about material. Material what you need for this tank is cement, chicken mesh, sand, and a skeleton, which were all easily found in the village. The skills that you wanted for the tank, we have to train special masons. And I'm surprised that after 28 years, still we are making this tank. And we form through the Rainwater Harvesting Forum, we continue to train masons to build this tank. Well, economic and environmental issues, of course, you save time and the water stress goes down. Where there are flood-prone areas, the floods are reduced and extended pipelines are not needed anymore. The last question is gender issues. We find that water is the problem of the female members of the household. So they are keen to have to solve the water supply problem. So they all like to have rainwater tanks close to their houses. And also from recent times, we know that even lady masons, female masons are able to build these tanks. It's not a dangerous structure. And so that's a positive sign on that. Then in concluding remarks, I would like to say that pumping tank is a cost-effective, durable tank and can be built with local available materials, with both men and women masons working. Okay. Then in Sri Lanka, the size of the tank can be increased up to 10 cubic meters. And we have an issue. The maximum size of the tank is yet to be tried out. And we also find that when the tank becomes bigger, the cost per cubic meter goes down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deva. It's a story everywhere. Whenever you are going to launch any new initiative, you have to pilot. Otherwise, if it is badly demonstrated, then it will never happen. Actually, this is a story everywhere. And the other thing I would request that water is not only the business of women only. We need to take care. Men has to take care of water as well. Thank you very much for sharing this pumpkin story. We are short of time, so straightway I will be going to Mr. Vijay Raj. He's going to talk about self-cleaning rainwater harvesting filter and poster on rainy filters. I think it's virtually. Yeah. So, Mr. Vijay Raj is another passionate rainwater harvesting enthusiast who has contributed to the training of more than 1,500 individuals for implementing groundwater recharging as well as rooftop rainwater harvesting. He has also contributed to sharing his knowledge and experience in hundreds of webinars, seminars, and conferences as a speaker for the promotion of rainwater harvesting. Mr. Vijay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vijay Raj from Farmland Rainwater Harvesting System. We are into rainwater harvesting system since last 22 years, and we have installed more than 246,000 rooftop rainwater harvesting and about 14,700 groundwater recharging, innovative groundwater recharging structures. And coming directly to the subject because of the constraint of the time, I'll not get into the benefits of the rainwater because it is a learned crowd and they know what are the benefits of the rainwater harvesting and how during the rainy days we see this is a common scenario everywhere. And just 5-6 months down the line, we face this problem. Though in India rainwater harvesting is being made mandatory, each and every house need to have rainwater harvesting. They will not give you sewer connection or the water connection if you don't have rainwater harvesting. Particularly the place from where I come, Bangalore, it is very mandatory and they are even putting the fines for not doing rainwater harvesting. Though rainwater harvesting, as you all know, the quality wise, and it is the best form of water, still people are not very using this rainwater because of the various reasons. In that, main reason is the availability of the filters. If you see these conventional filters, what you are seeing on the screen, all the dust debris from the roof will come and accumulate here, and the water will get filtered through this sand and other medium, and then that is allowed to go into your tank and then reuse. But what happens is when the leaves, dust and debris which come from the roof gets accumulated at the top layer of the filter, if you don't remove them after every rainfall, the leaves and all the organic matter which would have come from the roof, that will start getting decayed, and during the next rainfall that decayed material will mix with the water and that water goes into your tank. That is the reason you see there are a lot of complaints, people complaining that if you store rainwater for few days, there will be a stink, there will be a smell that will come out, or there are worms that will come out. But as you are all aware that if rainwater filtered properly is stored in a tank without allowing light and air, this can be stored for 100 years. That being the potential of the rainwater, still people are hesitant because of this wrong filters which need manual intervention every time. And as you are all aware that in the today's lifestyle, somebody going and cleaning the filters every rainfall is impossible, and sometimes it rains in the night or sometimes it rains only for 5-10 minutes, so people don't really are able to manage this filters. If you see all the filters that are available in the market throughout the world, you will see that at the drain outlet there are ball walls which are there. So all the water coming from the roof gets filtered through these filters. All the dust and debris will come and accumulate here, and you need to go and drain after every rainfall. So this is the whole scenario in all the filters which are available. After a research, thorough research of about 7 years, in 2011 we could have a revolutionary breakthrough design in the technology, and we invented a filter called Rainy. These are the dual intensity filter. This dual intensity filter means these filters are able to work in both lower rainfall, lowest rainfall, as well as the highest rainfall. These filters were designed to take the intensity of rainfall for 75 mm per hour. Because of the climatic changes these days, we have seen that in a short span of time, there is a huge spell of rainfall. So to take care of that, otherwise what happens is when you have connected it and if your filter is not able to take the load, there will be flooding in the roof, and that water from the roof to the staircase, it can come down. We have seen many instances in the Bangalore recently. Last year we had heavy rainfall. So if the filters are not designed to take those kind of heavy rainfall, then the water which is stagnant on the roof can enter through the staircase into the apartment complex or houses. So this is the filter which was designed to take 75 mm of rainfall. This is a self-cleaning, maintenance-free filter. Once you install this filter for lifelong, there is no consumables required. These filters are made up of food-graded, UV-treated, high-density polyethylene housing from the outside. and inside it has got food graded SS304 stainless steel stainers of 250 microns. So these filters works on centrifugal force and cohesive force. These are open-ended filter. This you will not find ball valves at the bottom. These are open-ended filter, and these filters works on centrifugal force and cohesive force. As soon as the water enters into the first chamber, centrifugal force is created and water starts rotating, and then it enters the second chamber wherein the water is sucked inside and all the dust, debris leaves till 250 microns is pushed to the center, and with the gravitational this one they will fall. So they don't require any power and they don't have got any moving parts. So there is no wear and tear. This filter comes with a warranty of 10 years. But we have seen from last 22 years where the filters which were installed long back, till they are without any problem, they have been working. And these are the retrofit filter, because there are a lot of houses which have been constructed, and these are the retrofit filter which can be fitted to any of the existing, this one, and this can withstand load, as I told you, from lowest intensity of 5 mm to about 75 mm of the rainfall. And these filters are 360 degrees rotatable, both upper and lower body. So the inlet and outlet can be managed as per our requirement, which is not available in any of the other filters. If you see in these available filters in the market, the inlet is from the one side, outlet is from the other side. And if you have to have the inlet and outlet on the both the sides because of your convenience, you will not be able to have. You will have to take a roundabout and come. But this filter, because it's 360 degrees rotatable, both the inlet and outlet, you can have both inlet and outlet on the same side. And this comes with the various sizes, from which can cater from about 1,200 square feet to about 5,000 square feet. A single filter you can adopt to cater to more than 5,000 square feet also. So these are the different models are coming. So according to the models, according to your roof area, you can choose the various range of the filter, and that can be adopted. Here you can see a cross section of the filter. The water is entering with all dust, leaves, debris, and this one. And if you can see that all the leaves, dust, and debris is falling down automatically on the lower side, which automatic. It's an open-ended filter. That's why it's called as open-ended filter. And then the clean water comes to your sump. Here you can see, as I was telling you, the ease of fitment. Here both the the inlet and outlet are on the same side, and you can see that where my cursor is moving, you can see the drain outlet wherein all the dust and debris are going out automatically. So by this can be very easily adopted. As I told you, till now we have installed more than 246,000 filters throughout the world, because we export these filters to more than 21 countries also. And as I told you, these filters comes with a warranty of about 10 years, and these are very cost effective filters. Once installed, you don't need any maintenance, and these are very easy to install filters. They have been made, they comes with a manual wherein any local plumber can take it and install it without any problem. And when in the public domain, as you have seen, if there are filters which are of the maintenance, when we put a filters in the public domain with all the government institutions and all, that time there will be no maintenance, and then the whole investment what we have made for the pipelines and all will go for a toss. But if we can install these kind of self-cleaning, maintenance-free filters, then absolutely we can able to take care. I'll skip all those things. You can see here, these are the filters, which have been very well proven and installed everywhere. These are some of the installation from the site. If you can see this, how very neatly the plumbing system has been done. When you're taking a horizontal line, how the clamping system, L clamps are being used, because when you take pipes vertically, if you just put one C clamp or a plastic clamp, that is enough, because there is no load of but when you are connecting these horizontal pipes from the building, when you are interconnecting all the downtake pipes and bringing this horizontal pipe, there need to be a proper gradient as well as a proper clamping system. That is very, very important. I'll skip all those things and come to this one. So here you can see this filter in this screen. Here all the dust and debris in the, I don't know, you can see at the bottom will go out automatically, and the water from the roof is coming, and this is the inlet and this is the clean water outlet wherein this water is allowed to go into the tank. You'll be surprised to know that in Bangalore city, which is in India, southern India, in Karnataka state, more than about 46,000 houses are using rainwater directly. So as you are all aware, with the kind of the rainfall in Bangalore alone, where we get about 1,200 mm of rainfall for a roof of just 1,000 square feet, we get about 1.2 lakh liters of water, and which they are using it directly into their system, and then they are using it. You can see here how easily it can be fit. It comes with, this filter comes with all the fitments that is required to install the filter. It is a total set, total kit which is there, so that can be installed. So this is a small video. I'll just play it for you.
Pipes, the roof has to be interconnected and feed till the filter unit has to be connected to the inlet of the rainy filter. The rainwater, along with dirt and debris, flows by gravity through the pipeline, enters into the filter, starts rotating in anti-clockwise direction at the periphery of the upper housing so as to flow into the SS304 filter element placed in the lower housing in angular motion at specific velocity, which creates cohesive force at low intensity and centrifugal force during high intensity of rainfall, which aids the filter element to flush out automatically the dirt and debris through the drain outlet and simultaneously divert clean water into the sump or recharging well to the clean water outlet.
So these are very easy to maintain. You just need to remove the strainers and just wash it under a tap and then put it back. So they don't require any consumables for their lifetime, and their life must be at least minimum 30 to 40 years without any trouble. You can use these filters. These have been installed, as I told you, at more than 246,000 filters till now has been installed, and very successfully they are working. These are the various, when in case you have area more than 5,000 square feet, then you can put this parallel filters. These are the factories, different kind of factories where they have been installed and they have been using this water. Apart from this, so because of the constraint of time, I'm not going into the deeper, but we have got innovative technologies for recharging of the groundwater and recharging of the dried and the depleting borewells. What happens is, when you are leaving the surface water, it cannot be allowed to go into the directly into the borewell, because of that surface water, if they are traveling and they may have some contaminants or anything. So for that, innovative technology called V-wire screen, if you see, the injection well technology is there. In this injection well technology, what we do is, apart means away from the borewell, about 15 feet away, from 15 to 18 feet away from the borewell, we by doing vertical electric sounding, we find out which is the first permeable zone. So we bypass this overburden of non-permeable zone and the sheet rock and go to the first permeable zone. We don't go to the aquifer, but we go to the first permeable zone and leave the water there. Thereby, what happens is, if you see this system, there is a silt trap system. So the water is allowed to come into the silt trap. By cycling effect, this water will rise, and then this water is allowed to pass through the filtration media, which is fortified with silica sand, activated carbon, woodburn charcoal, 40 mm crust stone, and all those things. And then this water comes into the lower chamber, which is totally empty. So the water column is created, if you see, there is at the bottom of this injection well about 6 bar pressure is created. So with the pressure, this water is pushed into the earth, into the first permeable zone, and thereafter it gets filtered through the earth crust and then reaches the aquifer. So that is how we have been doing this, and about more than 14,700 such installation has been done for this drinking water borewells and for the farmers and all, and it has been beneficial. Because what happens is, as you are all aware, 1 acre of land or 44,000 square feet of area, 1 acre of land, just 25 mm, we get 1 lakh liters of water. So
Dr. Vijay, we are running short of time. It's excellent presentation. We would like to hear, but I am being warned that we need to close this session as early as possible. Thank you very much for sharing this very professional way of utilizing this centrifugal force and siphon actions in providing this self-cleansing rainwater harvesting filters. Thank you very much. Now,
thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
We are at the, thank you very much for your patience, participants right over here and who are participating virtually. I would just quickly, we will take one question, online question we have received, and then I will hand over to my colleague, Soni Poon. She's from Kanchan Organization, Nepal, and she is acting as the reporter. She will be quickly wrap up all the presentation. So you can take the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jahir Gardezi. Thank you everyone for listening to us patiently today. As like Mr. Gardezi said at the beginning of the presentation, rain is the primary source of all water. And because of this, we all are gathered here today for the second SARNET conference. So I'm thankful to SARNET and Lanka Rainwater Harvesting for this wonderful opportunity. Just a short summary of all the presentation today. We had altogether 7 presentations on rainwater harvesting practiced at the household level. Rainwater harvesting being practiced in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Malawi, and India. It was wonderful hearing from all our presenters. We heard about the pumpkin tank story from Mr. Deva and how the use of rainwater has reduced the symptoms of kidney problems in Sri Lanka. Also, water quality of rainwater being maintained with simple filters such as coconut, charcoal, sand, and gravel, as well as stones, and also the use of a rainy filter. So that's all we heard from our presentation in the first technical session. So there's a last question, Mr. Jahir.
Yeah, it's an online question that what will be per liter cost of pumpkin tank? Mr. Deva. Is Mr. Deva here? Yeah. Can you just quickly respond, please?
It comes to 15,000 rupees per cubic meter.
15,000 rupee of Sri Lanka, India, or
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. I think with this we are coming to the closing of this technical session. We are a little bit ahead of 10 minutes extra we have taken. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, everyone.
Technical Session 2. Rainwater Harvesting in Urban Areas, Operational Policies and Institutions.
Session Chair, Mr. Muhammad Ahir. Mr. Muhammad Ahir has long years of experience in designing and executing multidisciplinary research and training projects in the areas of agrarian development and natural resource management, with a special focus on socio-economic and institutional issues associated with natural resource management. He has served many leading government sector organizations, donor agencies, NGOs, and the private sector. He is currently a researcher at the International Water Management Institute, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Reporter Dr. Jose Rafael. Dr. Jose Rafael has shared his expertise on development planning, social policy, and rainwater harvesting with several international and local organizations, including Red R India, International Water Management Institute, Karl Kubel, Shipton, Germany. He is an Anand Fellow for Climate Action. Dr. Rafael has been nominated as a finalist in the first UN Water Summit, leaving no one behind, and has also authored several publications.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us continuously. The session is about policies and institutions. Policies, institution, and governance is very important in the perspective of mainstreaming rainwater harvesting to have a larger impacts. So without governance, we can't go ahead. So this is a very key session in this conference. So without taking much time, I will go to the presentations because we are behind the time. We have about 9 presentation, I suppose. First presenter, there's a little change in the agenda order. First presenter is Pranya Thakur from India. Thakur has a long years of experience as an environmental sector, mainly water harvesting, sanitation with ecological approach, wastewater and solid waste management. She served in the Rural Ministry Government of India for sanitation policy from 2007 to 2010 and was further deputed at the SARC policy meeting in Sri Lanka in 2009. She has also served as a committee member of restructuring of framework of water policy by the Water Conservation Ministry Government of India in 2010. She is also trainer for all state directors, Government of India for sanitation, municipal councils in Maharashtra for solid and liquid waste. At present, Ms. Pranya Thakur is the director of Shashwat Eco-Solution Foundation. Thakur, floor is yours. Before go to the presentation, I don't want to repeat the ground rules. I think it's already known. But I would like to request to limit the presentation if you can for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
So that will give more opportunity for discussion at the end. Thank you.
I think I'm not visible, maybe because of this and my height. So I will stand here and speak. That will be better. Yeah, but then somebody has to operate. It's okay. I will do from here. Shashwat is NGO working in environment sector. Actually, I'm working last 30 years and Shashwat last 12 years in Maharashtra, prominently from Pune. And we are into sanitation, solid waste management, and water harvesting. There is larger urban models in water harvesting. Yeah, we know these challenges being all experts here, so I will skip this. It's not moving. Yeah, okay, got it. Just to give a brief introduction, when we decided to have a rainwater harvesting model with urban pocket, we did the survey. We identified 2 areas in Pune city, and we conducted one survey of around 200 residential societies in each pocket. So around 400 to 500 residential societies. We observed that there is a lack of knowledge. The first thing, that it is important, it is into our act, it is a mandate, everything is lacking. So the message and the technical knowledge to recharge was the second level. So we didn't thought of that. So to address the community, we had a good brainstorming, and we decided to go first for reduction. So we initiated that water leakage detection and reducing it. But yes, one thing was very sure, that nothing should give free as a subsidy, though the project was under CSR. So we developed the model. We involved Pune Corporation in our entire process, so that the people should not go and resist them, and they also should not act, because not necessary government also react in a positive way with lack of information if people complain to them. So this model, we identified leakage detection. The charges of helper was borrowed by under the funding we received from CSR, the Cummins India company, and the charges of component replacement of any material cost was bared by the beneficiary. So beneficiary involvement. So for water, it was an exercise that they should think to pay to conserve the water, and that has really helped. Then we did the exercise that housemates, they open the full tap and use lot of water while cleaning utensils. So we did the capacity building of and organized an interactive workshop in societies to make them aware to use optimal water for their use. And that has also triggered, and then as a third step, we moved on to the rainwater harvesting system. We identified the societies within these 500 societies having borewell, and then basically the approach is that educate, engage them, and then facilitate them and the technology. See, the technology is important, but apart from that, community engagement and establishing ownership is the highest priority to maintain it in a long time. So when we educate and engage the community, we used all the promotion aspects for them. Like initially we did the success story with, and yes, the subsidy model, that is very important for this project. The subsidy initially for 80% subsidy was given in material cost, and then 60% up to first 3 projects to build the case study and show the success story to the other community, other societies. And after that, we did all the print media, messaging, press conferences, newspaper highlight, then article series. Then we distributed pamphlet through newspaper in households in that pocket, and also FM radio, and select the slot when people are traveling in the vehicle and listen the radio for that. And various article series, success stories of the beneficiaries and societies that we ensured to publish in the newspaper. This entire campaign has given a huge effect that later on, instead of we going to the society and convincing hard to them, the societies have started approaching us and asking us that we want to do the rainwater harvesting, how we can. Apart from the subsidy, we reduced from 60 directly to 30%, and the maximum to 10%. And this is really, we want to share that when it was 10%, we really got a very large response, not only from this pocket, from entire Pune city. We started receiving inquiries from institutions, from schools, from old age homes, from orphan centers. Everybody then started coming that we want to do the rainwater harvesting. So initial survey of society, then stakeholder consultation, financial contribution from beneficiary. Then we signed the MOU with the residential society with proper documentation. Then subsidy from CSR. And yes, the post model is very important. That is post IC. IC is information, education, and communication. So it was very specific program we designed, and we trained the implementer also, so that the construction quality of rainwater harvesting model should not be compromised. So training to society will come later. So this is general the flow chart. We ensured that first flush device, that after before the first 2 rainfalls should not go into the water body. So first flush device was ensured. Then filtration tank. This is typical model, that large stones, then brick layer, then small stone layer, small sand layers, and then this is filter chamber. In some places where place is not available, we have online filters. Yes, this helps to establish the water footprint. Basically, I'm having association with Arizona University, and when they visited to my project sites, so they told me it is just not water footprint, it is a circular economy approach also. And then we did the further study. But yes, either the rainfall is wasted, so this indicates the gray water footprint, because we conserved it. The rainwater used to recharge the groundwater, that is also very helpful. Actually, I have one research paper that I stored the rainwater in a tank in September, that is end of monsoon, analyzed every 15 days till the May, before the monsoon. And it is so fantastic, didn't add a single drop of chlorine even, and natural process of cleansing it. That result is so fantastic. That will be another paper. I'm not adding it here, but when we shared that result to the beneficiary, that has really turned the mindset of the people. And that is, so along with that, with my Arizona colleagues, the economy aspects is also there, because these societies get the water tanker. Apart from 900 mm rainfall in Pune, they required water tanker at the from even February, March till May end or June first week. So till that period, the reduction of tanker cost is the biggest benefit. And we calculated 2 ways the economy aspect. The one is from the subsidy which we are giving. So from that subsidy, it costs to each and every residential person in that society, every household in the society, it cost only around 544 Indian rupees. So that was the cost. By saving the tanker cost they required, and the tanker water, don't know it comes from where, the quality of water. So it gives a good health impact. By having the rainwater harvesting, it reduces tanker cost. It is a win-win situation, because with only the consultation cost of us and 10% subsidy model, that cost goes around 500 square feet society, just 40,000 benefit. That is, with that they get the system. So what cost society bear from that 544 rupees per household they have to pay. So that is not a big cost. Apart from that, from society also we check that that is also the big economic benefit. The dry run of borewell increased the electricity bill a lot. So we calculated that electricity bill saving is also a good aspect into this. So water saving, electricity saving, tanker cost, and health benefit. These are all the economic benefit of rainwater harvesting that is projected and informed to them. So this is just the concluding remark. Apart from that, Pune Corporation was about to declare the subsidy. It was in combination, 10% subsidy for household having rainwater harvesting plus solid waste management or solar system. So this is right now also continuing slowly, but because of our project, we facilitated them to give 5% subsidy of each and every household in the society to get the rainwater harvesting, which is implemented. So it was uniform to them. It was there for 3 to 4 years, and later on now it is merged. They was about to remove the subsidy of rainwater harvesting, but still continues in combination either with solid waste management or solar in 10%. So that is another incentive, and we established the linkage between corporation. We have derived the format and structure of report which will be submitted and ensured that residential societies get benefit. So from this, around 52,000 beneficiaries has been covered, and 50 lakh water is harvested every year. No project is failed. We only immediate next monsoon after establishment, we visited. After that next year, we only called the societies and told them that whether your first flush device is off, on, and your first 2 mm sand layer is removed. There is no single complaint last 7 years after implementation from any societies. This is the success of the project. And then we link the vendor which is developed, and now there are continuous inquiries, but now that vendor is doing independently with 100% beneficiary cost. I don't have that number. I have only the data of 20 societies where we implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a good success story to record and document. I think there are a lot of lessons to learn, to upscale and practice. Next presentation is promoting rain-fed pond for town water supply scheme, a case study of Southwest Coastal region in Bangladesh. Is by Mohammad Zahid Hussain. Mr. Zahid Hussain is a civil engineer and holds an MSc in environmental science. He has a long years of experience in working with many development practitioners like UNICEF, World Bank, WaterAid, and the many other organizations. And he has number of publication to his name in the international and local journals. And he was awarded with the Water Champion from CSC India and Honorary Member Award from American Water Resources Association USA. Currently, he is working at the government organization PKSF, assigned to WASH project. Mr. Hussain, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me as I got the opportunity to present our study paper. Title is on the screen. Promoting rain-fed pond for town's water supply system, a case study of Southwest Coastal region in Bangladesh. Why Southwest region is facing a acute water crisis comparatively the others area in Bangladesh. Let's see. This is the Himalaya basin, and this is the Bangladesh. Bangladesh is surrounded by the India, except the southern side. Southern side is bounded the Bay of Bengal. There are 8 hydrological regions dominated by the 3 mighty rivers. One is the Ganges, another is Brahmaputra, another is Meghna. When Ganges entered into Bangladesh, it's called the Padma. Padma, there are 2 branches rivers. One is the Madhumati, another is the Godai. Both rivers passes through the southwest regions, but now are drying up during the dry seasons because the upwaters is declined, and that's why the seawater backflow with salinity is increasing in this area and makes the vulnerable southwest regions. Factor is the Arakka barrage and climate change. let's see, this graph is taken from the World Bank study report. We know the 1975 Farakka barrage was started in operations. Before Farakka barrage, the average minimum flow was 920 meter cube per second from the Ganges to the Podda. And after the Farakka barrage, it was started to decline. And 1990, it was 425 meter cube per second. On 1996, Bangladesh government and India government made an agreement we call the Ganges Treaty. After Ganges Treaty is moved up, and so now it is 750 meter cube per second average minimum flow. That's why this map we see, this is the climate stress map. This was taken from the government National Strategy Adaptation Plan 2023. There are two lines. One is the black, another is the green. Let's see. The black line contains the surface water salinity 5 ppt and green line contains the 1 ppt. And in the south center and the southeast, both are lines are very close to the seawater line, but in the southwest, both lines is up to the lands. That is the concern for country. This picture of in the southwest regions, I visited the southwest region from the 2010s in several times. I had an interaction with the community people. This picture was taken by myself. This picture tells how much suffering southwest region is facing. Adaptations in the southwest regions. This is the rain-fed ponds. During constructing the rain-fed ponds, they have to maintain a lot of consideration, aiming to keep it the salinity free. And this is the women are collecting the water from the rain-fed ponds. In some area, we see there are the ponds and filter attached with the rain-fed pond, and some area there is no ponds and filter. In this case, women are treating the pond water by boiling, in some area by adding the alum, in some area passing through the sandpan filter. Rainwater harvesting we see in the southwest region. I constructed most of the, this is the ferro cement earlier we made. Right now it is turned into the UPPC tanks. This is the school institutions. All of the rainwater comes through the rain-fed filter to keep it is from the microorganism around the year. Right now I am here to sharing our study paper findings. That is the Munglaport Municipality Water Supply System Coastal Area Southwest Region operating by the rain-fed pond. The study was conducted by analyzing the secondary data, physical observation, and along with FGD and KI. Our firstly focus to analyze the salinity of the Mungla river's water for 3 to 4 months. Then we analyze the rainfall of the Mungla area, and then we analyze the catchment area of the rain-fed pond, and finally we analyze the water quality as well as the satisfaction level of the user. This is the study area. This is the Munglaport. This is the Munglaport area. There are 9 wards, except the number 4 ward, where they are supplying the all wards. There are 2 rain-fed ponds. These ponds collecting the river water from the Mungla River for 3 months. And this is the Porshu River. If we see the quality of the Mungla River and Porshu River, Mungla River salinity is comparatively good for 3 months, because let's see, there is the, this is the Porshu River. This comes from here. That means comes from the Podda River. And this is the Mungla River. This come here and connected to here. That, and here is the water body. That's why this rivers is connected. This rivers is connected from the Brahmaputra, I mean the Jamuna and the Podda. That's why their backflow is comparatively less. This graph has taken from the study report of our renowned and respected professor, Dr. Ainul Nisha. Let's say, there is the July, August, September to December, the Bunglaport area reverse water flow salinity is comparatively acceptable. We also analyze the rainfall data. The data collection from the Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council from 2019 to 1991. That is a fluctuation, not decline sharply. Average rainfall is 1800 millimeter to 2000 millimeter. We also analyze the monthly average rainfall. A monthly average rainfalls started from May to October, but significant rainfall we see June to September. We also analyze the catchment area. Catchment area we calculated from the Google map, also the secondary data collecting from the municipality, and almost same. This is 224,000 square meter, and average depth is 1.5 meters, and total volume of the pond is 336 meter cube. We also analyze the quantity of water, month, then current water demand. Current water demand calculated based on the how many households are connected and establishment. We see there are 2,980 households are connected and 220 establishments. And based on the water supply and average the demand 150 liters per person per day. We calculated 61,500 meter cube per month, and harvested rainfall we calculated from the catchment area of the pond, and rainfall from April to October intensity and coefficient factor 0.85, that is, and rainwaters, river water collecting from the September to December, and that is the cumulative water after the consumption. This figure says still the opportunity to connect more households. We also analyze the water treatment. In this case, we analyze the water treatment facilities and also water quality data. Let's see. Pond itself is a secondary storage. That's why I had the sedimentations happen, reducing the turbidity. Then it goes to the collection tank. Then it goes to the buffalo filter with adding alarm, aiming to reducing the turbidity. Then it goes to the sand filtration, aiming to reducing turbidity as well also the killing the microorganisms. Then it go to the underground storage tank and adding pollination. Then it go to the overhead tank. From overhead tank, it's go to the households and others. User satisfaction. During dry season, when there is no rain, supply water salinity is comparatively high but drinkable. During monsoon, we drink rainwater, how much we collected from our rooftop, but other domestic purpose we depend on supply water by municipality. Recommendation from our study team: combination of rainwater and river water by rain-fed pond for a larger pipe water system could be the best approach in climate stress, especially salinity prone area. Promoting public and private ponds turn to rain-fed ponds. You know, 2013 we formulated the Water Act, aiming to save the rain-fed ponds in the coastal area and promoting the rain-fed ponds in this area, but it is not a too much large scale in right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain, maintaining the time. I think Bangladesh coastal southern coast is a very ecologically sensitive area with a lot of issues like salinity, shrimp farming, disasters. So people are more vulnerable for drinking water. So nature-based solution like rainwater harvesting, how it could support this is a good example he presented. Right. So our next presenter is a virtual presenter. I think Mr. Akashwari, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Okay. Let me introduce Akash Waria. Mr. Akash is the young face of innovation-led startup NERA and Private Limited. His work was appreciated by Government of India Project Amrut 2.0, Inkwash at Government of Telangana for simplicity for his innovation and common man-centric nature of the work. With this introduction, I like to invite Mr. Akash to make his presentation. Thank you.
Yes, our work is like common man centric innovation for to harvest the rainwater into the borewell or a tank. So our we manufacture the one devices called the NERIN rooftop rainwater filter. It is a wall mounted filter coming with a very low cost of filter is there, and it is then India's first no water loss filter, and it's awarded by the CIA as well into the best water excellence in water management. So it's a common man centric innovation to harvest the rainwater into the borewell or a tank. Right. So what? So this article is all about the empowering the common man to become the secure, water secure by the harvesting the rooftop rainwater filter. So our basic idea is that any kind of an common man who has also the 500 square feet of roof or the 200 square feet of roof, they should also harvest the rainwater, and single drop also of the water should harvest into their borewell. And although from our birth we just taking all the things from the God, like but we are not giving back to the mother earth. So this is the rainwater is the only thing that we can give back to the mother earth, right? So that's our approach is it's a decentralized rainwater harvesting system, storing the rainwater into the production borewell and replacing the groundwater with the rainwater for the daily use. So it making the borewell, dugwell and hand pumps more productive and active. If the borewell and all these things well failed, we can make it active. We can reduce the TDS and the hardness of the borewell water, and we can prevent the borewell by dying and the rejuvenating the respective water resources. So these are our approach. We have find out that the common man of an India wants to save rainwater. He is concerned about rainwater, but the traditional method of the rainwater harvesting restrict the common man of India to and stay away from the rainwater harvesting into the India, especially we observe. So we make the simple device, which is a maintenance free, which it is the no water loss filter, and it is easily can be installed by the any local plumber within 2 hours. So it is like a very innovative device, and it is awarded by the CIA as well for excellence into the water management. And what are the like our key findings into that? More and more habitats using the borewell water. So in India, if you see that every household is dependent on the borewell, and that on the summer season, the borewell will drying just because of they are not saving the rainwater, and they are not just grabbing the water from the borewell as well. So in the summer season, the borewell will be drying, and there is a huge water shortage. Borewells are also running dry, and the groundwater quality is deteriorating because that all the pollutions will be goes into the groundwater and all these things. New borewell are made at deeper levels, resulting into the high fluoride, arsenic, etc. like the health hazards into the water. So now the new borewell side, if you talk about the some cities of India, first we get the water into the 200 feet. Then after the 5 years, we used to get the water from the 500 feet to 600 feet. And now in some cities, we got the water from the 1,000 square feet. So we just go deeper and deeper to extract the groundwater and digging the borewell at the highest level from that where we water we get. So it is the resulting into the health hazard of the into by the water or the deploying the groundwater. Water security at the individual level can transform the community and the nations to the water positive status. So if you harvest the rainwater, we can the water security and the rainwater harvesting can lead an individual into the water positive, water secure, and they can leave the transform this entire community into the water positive nations of the water. So, what would be the our concluding recommendations that the rainwater from the each roof must be stored into the nearby resources, be tank, borewell, dug well, hand pump, recharge well, or any percolation pit. So, either you have a borewell, either you have a dug well, either you have a hand pump, either you have a recharge well, or the percolation pit. You should store the rainwater into your respective resources. It is mandatory because we should not go the rainwater into the drain. It's the right place is to the underground resources. Simple rooftop rainwater filtering device can be used to harvest each drop without cost of electricity, without human interventions, and without the headache of the maintenance. So, as I said, that the common man is away from the maintenance and all these things. So, see, this is the simple rainwater filtering device. Any simple rainwater filter should be used to harvest the rainwater without any headache of the maintenance, without any human interventions, and just because we are using the gravitational force, so we don't use any kind of an electricity. So, and with the this simple filtering device, we reduce the load of the motor pump who extract the water from the borewell. So it ultimately it is the reducing the cost of the electricity as well. Such modular and the economical device can divert major volume of rooftop runoff directly to the borewells, thereby will reduce the flooding on the streets and the depletion onto the groundwater. So our calculations on the basis of the 0.95% efficiency of the filter. So if we talk about the 1,000 square feet and the rainfall is 1,000 mm, 1,000 millimeter of rainfall and the 1,000 square feet, one can save the 1 lakh liter of water from that 1,000 square feet. So it should not be run off directly, and it should be directly goes to the borewell. It can be directly goes to the borewell. It connections should be directly given to the borewell. So the traditional system, who is a maintenance headache, it can be replaced by the simple this kind of a simple filtration device. So these are the our acknowledgement also. Acknowledgement, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Department of the Promotion of the Industries and the Internal Trade, Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. I have Government of Gujarat. There is called institutions called GYAN, that is Grassroots Innovation Augmentation Network, and the Suzuki Innovation Centers. So thank you very much, and I will I will conclude my presentation with the one quote that each and every drop should go to your respective resources from either from the roof or from your land. So I will just present if the Tanushree is allowed to me. I want to play a small video of 1 minute that can show the working of the our this simple filtration device.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Dhanushri, can you play the video?
Can you share the video from your end?
Sorry?
Can you share the video from your end, Akash?
Oh, okay. Just wait a minute. I will just wait a minute. I will.
Would you be able to share the video, Akash, or we will move to the next presentation as we are also running behind schedule?
No, it's okay. I think can I share this my screen so that I can play the video?
Yes, yes.
Wait a minute.
How to share screen? Okay. I think your time is already over. I think, shall we go at the end? If you have time, we can play the video, Akash.
Okay, not an issue. Not an issue.
I think this is another example of empowering communities through nature-based solution to ensure secure water. The next presenter is Dr. Erum Amir from Pakistan. He is also joining virtually. Dr. Amir, are you online? Yeah, Dr. Erum Amir. Is he on the? You are recording? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to present my country through my work from this platform of Second International Conference of South Asia Rainwater Harvesting Network to the respected dignitaries, professor, researcher, participants, students, and audience. This conference is a very big and prestigious event with excellent opportunities for learning and sharing. This is a short presentation following the format of the conference, in which I will introduce myself and my research in less than 3 minutes. But before I introduce myself and my work, I would like to thank the Steering Committee of South Asia Rainwater Harvesting Network for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present my research in this conference. My name is Dr. Iram Amir. I'm working as an assistant professor at the Institute of Environmental Sciences and Engineering in National University of Science and Technology, Islamabad, Pakistan. My research domain include statistical analysis and modeling to find out various potential determinants causing precipitation variability, water management, and sustainable solution. Some of my recent publications are flashed on the next slide. A quick glance at my recent publications. My research, which I am presenting in the Second International Conference of SARNET, is titled as Rainwater Harvesting for Lawn Irrigation in National University of Science and Technology Business School. The main objective of which are design a model for rainwater storage. Secondly, design distribution system using sprinkler and drip irrigation for water conservation. Lastly, carry out cost-benefit analysis. The rainwater harvesting pressurized irrigation model was installed at NUST Business School in Islamabad. The rainwater for harvesting was collected from the rooftop of National Business School, and the total area of the NBS rooftop was nearly 4,500 meters square. The total area of the NBS lawn irrigated was nearly 35,000 meters square. I'm thankful to the steering committee of SARNET and the audience for their time.
For presentation on rainwater harvesting for agriculture. That is also very important part in this conference. Next presentation is by Professor Tabatabai of Iran. His presentation is Indigenous Knowledge of Floodwater Agriculture in Dry Regions of Iran. Dr. Tabatabai Yazidi is a civil engineer by profession. He was an assistant professor, now retired, in Soil Conservation and Watershed Management Research Center in Seoul, Korea. He is also a member of the Iranian Rainwater Catchment System Association. Professor Tabani, is your time.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I should first thanks from the organizer, in particular SARNET and the Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum. And most specifically, I should thank Ms. Tanuja, Deva, Tanushi, and Indawara, who were taking care of us during last 4 or 5 days, and they are supposed to be with us in another maybe 2 days. Thanks a lot. My presentation is something about runoff harvesting, best practice for enhancing dryland agriculture. This is a case study of Iran. Yes. That's okay. First, I'll give you an idea about the water situation in Iran. Then I introduced one of the indigenous solutions for water shortages have been used in the past, and some case studies just going through some illustrations. This is some statistics of water situation with 600,000 kilometers of that area of the country. We received totally 413 billion cubic meter, and with that we have 73 billion runoff, 45 billion infiltration goes to the groundwater, and we have such a high value of evaporation loss, 280. And In case of groundwater budget, 57 billion. We already extract 62 billion, and we have a shortcome of 5 billion every year. And it's getting worse, on the daily basis. This is a graphic picture of the same numbers. So for groundwater, we use 90% about for agriculture, and other 10% about for other purposes such as urban and industrial sectors. So in case of Iran, everyone who wants to make a solution, you should take care of groundwater. Agricultural sector, actually, I believe that the other part can be solved. Other parts of the water consumption can be solved in some other way. For example, for industry, we can simply recycle water, and for drinking, even if we can buy it, if we have money for agriculture, we can do nothing actually with this high consumption rate. So we already received too much groundwater soil subsidence in the country. It is almost 1 meter per year, and maybe in average 70 centimeter, but we have still some area with 2 meter subsidence each year, and even more. So conditions getting bad day by day. So agricultural products is mainly dependent on irrigation that comes from deep wells, and rain-fed agriculture the rate is very low. So again, if you want to take care of the water crisis, we should try to decrease the irrigation rate and increase the rain-fed agriculture, try to support that part. Our association found that our ancestors could do something about it. Of course, in that time, deep well industry or technology hasn't been introduced yet, but now with having such a bad condition, we think that we should go back to the same strategy by using the floodwater control or things like that. We have a narrow strip in the north along the Caspian Sea that with rainy weather, similar to here, Sri Lanka or some other tropical countries, and other. So apart from that narrow strip, most of the area is dry or semi-dry weather condition. So up left is the pounding of rainwater for those rainy climate, which we call it, everyone has a local name, and other three pictures are the I guess are mainly situated in dry zone, which is central and south and east of the country. These are related to the floodwater agriculture or floodwater harvesting. When you talk about roof water, it would be easy. it's not too much rain, you can collect it with whatever people are trying to explain here, calabash or some other thing. But when you go to flood water harvesting, it happens in a very limited time and a huge amount. Yeah, and then you have very not too much chance to collect and harvest it. Yeah, that's why that's why this technique we found it very actually I found it very artistic. It's let's say like that. Okay. We've studied one province which is now divided into three now, but before that, the Khorasan province was altogether. Now it divided into three provinces. But for that old Khorasan, we have actually, this is the right-hand side. You can see the distribution of those agriculture, floodwater agriculture systems running by all the farmers. And the intensity shows, and the darkness shows the intensity of each of those systems distributed along the province. The system is like this. There is a stream flow and a diversion, a simple diversion work brings water inside inside the ground and then distributed along this behind some levees being constructed consequently along the contours. Extra water can spill from the end to the next and to the next and so on. Some water can go through the downstream bandsaw and feed the other one, which is similar to this. Those located in the upstream has right to get water. If something remains, the downstream bandsaw make use of it, can make use of it. Bandsaws can normally take water from one side, or it can get flood from two sides. Then it makes chance for them to harvest flood wherever it comes, whether it's from right-hand side or left-hand side, we can make benefit of that. So the construction method used to be very simple. Some hand tools used to be used for making those levees along the contours. Later on, they do it by animals or by they used to make it by tractor, something like that. Sometimes bulldozers also is used for maintenance work. For the local local crops is used to prevent intake erosion, and at the time of rainy time, at the time of flooding, owners used to stay at the site not to lose anything. So they come with their family and stay there until flood comes, and then try to make use of that, not to lose anything. So yes, this is a bandsaw already filled with water, and then the water stay there with a certain height. Then it goes down, infiltrate into the soil within 1 hour, one day or 2 days. And then after sometimes the the farmers starts plowing and cultivating according to the time that flood occurs. Whether it's wheat or melon or some other things, it depends on the time that flood occurs from the stream. Even when it doesn't happen, when flood doesn't occur, they still get use of some weeds and things like that. Am I running out of time? Okay, then I go to conclusion. This is some destructive things that happens for the Bansar in case of overtopping or animal burrows, things like that. And so using Bansar crop yield efficiency can be improved considerably compared to dry farm agriculture. After initial investment of Bansar construction, the cost of operation of maintenance is very negligible, so that farmers' income could be very competitive with conventional irrigated agriculture. So we recommend the government to support the Bansar agriculture by allowing appropriate incentive and owners, as well as establishing supportive legislation to prevent degradation of area and soil concentration. That's all for my presentation. Thank you. Used to be 250. Nowadays, it diminished to 200 only. Yes, because of climate change. Millimeter. Yeah, even in 200 millimeter only. Yes.
Thank you.
Western part, it goes to 400. Eastern part, it goes to 150. That's all.
Thank you.
In the northern part, it's 2000. Narrow strip, very narrow strip along the Caspian Sea, which is, you may, if you know about map of Iran, the Caspian Sea, we are sharing with Russia, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and
okay. Thank you, Professor Tabatabi. I think Iran is one of the countries we can learn a lot on traditional knowledge and wisdom of rainwater harvesting. Thank you again for being here physically and sharing your experiences. So our next presentation is a poster by 3 young presenters from Sri Lanka. They are 3 town planners from Urban Development Authority. So they will explain the concept, what they are trying to share here virtually. These 3 young researchers are Ms. L.H. Manisha Kumarasinghe, Ayomi Aravage, and Praveen Kavinda. Please,
thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Manisha. Good afternoon, all. I'm Manisha Kumarasinghe, and a town planner working as a town planner attached to the Urban Development Authority. My colleague is Ayomi Kravage, and she is also working as a town planner and attached to the same organization. In Sri Lanka, there are 272 declared areas under Urban Development Authority Act number 41 of 1978, and it delegated power to Urban Development Authority to control the urban development in urban areas. To regularize the development, we use development plans as a tool. From 1978 to now, there are 69 development plans are gazetted while covering the urban areas of Sri Lanka. In the process of preparation of development plans, we have identified that the flash flood scenario as a major issue in planning areas. Out of many solutions, we could identify that the effective method is rainwater harvesting, which everyone can equally contribute. and my colleague will explain the latter part of the poster.
Hello, good afternoon. In the latter part, in every development which have more than 900 square feet is a mandatory requirement to get the approval from the UDA and the certificate of conformity for development when a rainwater harvesting take is there are provision that the provision should certified by a qualified person and the tank is functioning. After that, the UDA approval will be given for the developments. In here, we mentioning that the rainwater harvesting will be not a solution for the industries, and it will be a solution for the recreational areas which are in the urban areas and also the households as a solution. In the parking areas, I mean the recreational areas, you can use the rainwater for watering, and also this will not and major issue for the infrastructure facilities. And when it comes to the households, this will act as a solution for where the water is lacking in the urban areas. And in the industries, because of the industries, the heat island effect also can be occurred, and the rainwater harvesting can be solution for that issue also. Likewise, we have gathered the images for this poster. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Manisha and the team for presenting. I think please be with us until end of the session because we will have a discussion at the end. So we'll move to the next presentation. I think last presentation before the tea break is by Mr. Saqib Imran Ali from Bangladesh. He's also joining virtually. I think it's recorded presentation. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
You are here. Thanks. Okay.
Hello. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Saqib Imran Ali and I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh. The topic of the presentation is rainwater harvesting at community levels, facts, usage, and water quality level. In this poster, I will explain some of the causes of water availability, what rainwater harvesting is, and its process of collecting water, examples of some of the regions that use the rainwater harvesting process, and lastly, the quality of rainwater harvesting collection. I will present this poster presentation in a sequence, starting with the key facts for access to hygienic water. The measurement of global water crisis is massive, such that about 1.2 billion people do not have access to safe drinking water, while another portion, that is 2.6 billion people, are unable to access sanitation, which further results in unhygienic that may further be linked to diarrheal diseases such as cholera and dysentery. Lack of water availability may result in hazards such as drought, and it will be unable to play a key role in agriculture production. Furthermore, it results in a rise in the fatality rate, of which the majority of the proportion are children. Therefore, a technique named rainwater harvesting can ease our daily activities, which further can help us. So, what is rainwater harvesting? The practice of rainwater harvesting is spread rapidly in urban areas all over the world. the process of rainwater collection happens when the rainwater falls upon a roof surface and it is collected and routed to a storage facility. As you can see the example in figure 2 of this poster, the concept of rainwater harvesting system can be explained in various components. Some of the components are the for collection are from the catchment surface, the conveyance system, the pre-storage filtration, storage container, the pump, post-storage treatment or filtration, and post-storage distribution system. So what the storage facility does, it stores the quantity of water that has been stored in a piping network. Then later the steam storage container of the water either drains through gravity or is pumped to the points of the use. So for the storage facility, some post-storage treatment has been taken into the rainwater harvesting system, and this treatment happens depend upon the quality of the harvested water and the quality needed for its uses. So here you can see as an example or the uses of example of the list of continents that use the technique of rainwater harvesting. As you can see, for instance, in Oceania, Australia as an example, they are using this technique of rainwater harvesting for many years, and it's surprised to believe that presently around 3.2 billion residents use as a sole source of drinking water through this rainwater harvesting technique. And the reason the people in Australia are using this technique is because of hazards such as scarcity. That's the most that is in availability of water quantity. So hence, as a result, this technique can help to eliminate the scarcity of water availability. In African nations such as Kenya, the technique of rainwater harvesting helps to create a public network between the neighboring regions. In Northern America, it's been used for irrigation. In Europe, such as France, the rainwater harvesting has been used for green practices, which happens by intensive mechanisms that were developed by public bodies to foster the practice and increase the green incentives to the different stakeholders. Lastly, as stated, Asia such as Bangladesh, India, we are also using rainwater harvestings, firstly for our daily life activities and also mainly for agricultural activities. To conclude this presentation, let me give you a brief about the water quality of the rainwater harvesting. So the water quality mainly contains metals, which is a real key issue and factor because it depends upon in which surface that it falls, and according to numerous studies, it states that meteorological conditions and anthropological activities are the main reasons for which the water quality contains metal. There are some studies that found that due to the environmental condition, the water quality is more likely to be affected, and since they are sensitive to parameters, and it's also in poor condition during the summer and fall season. For instance, a case study in India, it was found that the lack of proper practices such as prevention of microbial contamination, especially in the summer season, is more likely to affect the condition of the quality. With this point from my presentation, I conclude my presentation If you have any suggestions or questions, then please feel free me to ask. And thank you. And thank you for attending my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakib, for making an excellent presentation from your practical experience on rainwater harvesting and quality issues in Bangladesh. Before break for tea, if there are any burning questions, if there are any burning issues, we can have a couple of minutes to ask some presenters.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question to my colleague from Iran regarding the floodwater harvesting, in the sense that when the floodwater is coming, it comes with a lot of silt and sediments. So I wanted to know, how do you manage those sediments? Because this water is being directed into the farmers' fields. So how do you treat the conveyance mechanism and the catchment so that there is no sediments accumulating in the fields? And the second question was on the, you have the upstream farmers and the downstream farmers, and each one is diverting water at their point of convenience. How do you reduce conflict? Because I can see a scenario where somebody is diverting for their benefit at the top, while some farmers are also waiting at the bottom. So what arrangements are put in place so that there is no conflict when diverting this flood water?
Thank you for your question. With regards to sediment transport, sediment works as a nutrition for the Bansar, for floodwater agriculture. Without that, we need some sort of chemicals to add to the soil to get more crops. Yes, and also this sediment modifies the soil structure as well. Yes, so it works it has two roles: one, soil structure modification, and soil nutrition. And also for maintenance, the farmers start just collecting those sediment and putting it on the earth field, on the bank, to make it more stronger and higher. By the time that the sediments come and settle down, the bottom of the basin goes higher. Then they collect it and put it on the dike, make it much higher, and they receive the appropriate level as they need. And for the water takeaway, it's just it's something. It's a non-written rule between the people that those staying in the upstream has right to take water as much as they can, but they never can take everything because of amount of the flood which comes is quite high. So the downstream farmers can take the remaining part, and it goes down and down until it becomes finished, actually. So it's just yes, something. Yeah, this is a rule. This is a rule. This is a. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for all the presenters. I think we will break for the tea. We'll come back in 15 minutes time, maximum 4 o'clock. Thank you. Online participant, I think we will take the question. We'll take the question after the tea.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining again. Shall we start? So our next presenter is Mr. Ramdeep Shah from Nepal. Ramdeep is here. Yeah. His presentation is on highlights of rainwater harvesting for livelihood, community and ecosystem resilience in Nepal. Ramdeep Shah is a civil engineer by profession. He has worked in the Department of Water Supply and Sewerage, Kathmandu, Nepal, where he worked in senior position on various water supply and sanitation projects. He has also worked as a project manager and as a member secretary in the high-powered committee for the implementation and monitoring Bagmati area sewerage construction project in Kathmandu, Nepal. He also has served as a regional chief in Dankuta in the Department of Water Supply and Sewerage and as a project director of second small town water supply and sanitation project. At present, he is sharing his experience at Smart Wash Solution Nepal, which is advocating on sharing knowledge, innovation and advocacy in rainwater harvesting and wash sector. Randeep, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all the distinguished participants. My topic is highlights of rainwater harvesting conference for livelihood, community and ecosystem resilience. Presentation outlines background, policy and legal framework, conference background, key findings, conclusion, recommendation and outcome of that conference. Like now the water scarcity is increasing day by day. We do have similar problems in mid-hills of water shortage. And as the groundwater depletion is increasing day by day due to the population, increase of population, there are plenty of pressure on water resources. So traditionally, Nepal is using rainwater harvesting through different type spring sources, Dunge Dhara, and community ponds, especially in Tarai region, springs in hills. Now, total rainwater harvesting projects is 164 communities have already practiced, and 11,314 tanks already constructed. Now, there are some more initiative like private sectors in promoting rainwater harvesting is Coca-Cola Foundation, Smart Pani, Best Pani, Kanchan Pani, BSP Nepal, and we also do have a friend participating maybe in the next presentation, NEVA Chief, Mr. Rai Maji. So these organizations are promoting rainwater harvesting in Nepal. Coming to the schools facilities, we see that out of 34,368 schools, 20% schools, government schools, they lack improved water and sanitation facilities. 19% lack separate toilet for girls and boys and menstrual hygiene facilities. With the average national toilet to school girls ratio is 1:127. Irrespective of 1:25 WHO standard and government of Nepal standard 1:50. That means there are plenty of work to be done at school level for the safe, wash facilities. Now coming to the policy and legal framework, we do have certain policy like National Water Resources Policy, Agriculture Development Strategy, then Irrigation Policy, Climate Change Policy, National Adaptation Policy, all talk about provision of rainwater harvesting. But one interesting is that environmentally friendly local government framework 2013, that one of the major indicator is that whether the household has rainwater harvesting or not, and they are evaluated on the basis of that indicator. Now, this Drinking Water Sanitation Act 2020, that also provision that rainwater harvesting in area where surface and groundwater resources are not enough to provide drinking water. So we can promote rainwater there. And the most important is that Local Government Operation Act 2017. It has a right to the local government for the formulation of local policies, laws, plan and program to conserve and utilization water resources. So local government have all the authority to do that. In 2009, we had a regional high-level meeting on rainwater harvesting in Kathmandu. Then there was International Conference on Water, Environment and Climate Change, Knowledge Sharing and Partnership in April 2018. And we especially featured a special day for the rainwater harvesting, supported by IRH, Mr. Han. Then Smart Wash Solutions organized a national conference on rainwater harvesting for livelihood, community, and ecosystem resilience in 2019 in collaboration with different organizations, and also conducted recently this national conference on rainwater harvesting addressing water security and climate impacts on 2023, and has kept regional contact with the support from IRH. This my presentation mainly focus on the summary dissemination of conference on 2019 recommendation. In 2019 conference, there were more than around this 500 participants. That conference was inaugurated by current Water Resources Minister and then closed by the Ministry of Water Supply. Coming to the conference background, the press meet was held before the national conference. There were keynote speeches, 30 technical presentation, panel discussion, exhibition and poster presentation, exhibition on rainwater harvesting technology, pipe fittings, rainwater recharge system, and then side meeting with different stakeholders. And that was also participated by international participants from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, and South Korea. This is the inaugural photograph. There was also poster presentation competition involving bachelor's and master's degree students, and a separate municipal session was conducted with the mayors and deputy mayors, especially for the discussion of policy and the guidelines. The key findings with rainwater harvesting should be promoted to improve livelihood, community, and ecosystem resilience. You can see that some of these recharge trenches, recharge well, and household recharge already constructed in some part on the demonstration level. Then multiple use of rainwater, integrated water resources management, ecosystem conservation. So we have a different, at the Bardi Bus, we have a different kind of like plastic ponds and irrigation, sprinkler irrigation already constructed. Then we have rainwater harvesting should be scaled up at all levels, household, community, schools, municipality, and watershed level. And we can see some of the rainwater harvesting in Sarda School, Bhagpur, and then in Lalitpur, these figures. The management of rainwater should include conservation, water quality, and disaster management issues. During the presentation, there were a lot of water quality issues, and you can see in the photograph that in Bardivas, several water harvesting tank has been constructed, ponds has been constructed for disaster risk reduction in Bardivas. Because in even the forest, there are like animals, and if you don't provide proper water, then you will have problem in the nearing village. So that's why, and even during when there is fighting, if you have water, it can be controlled. So these ideas has been also promoted in Nepal. Construction of ponds in forest area. Now, conclusion and recommendations. Rainwater should be promoted as a viable option to overcome water poverty, improve livelihood, community, and ecosystem resilience. There is a need of paradigm shift in the following area. Paradigm shift from the traditional thinking of single purpose of augmenting domestic water to a multi-purpose use of rainwater as an important part of integrated water resources management and the same time of ecosystem conservation. Rainwater harvesting should be promoted at all levels, such as household, schools, community, municipality, and watershed level 2. Rainwater harvesting should not be limited to the rural areas only. Rather, it is increasing more important to urban areas, benefiting poor and rich equally. Then management of rainwater harvesting should be include conservation, water quality, as well as disaster management issues, land use and enforcement keys, sustainable water management. The various paper presented suggested a scale of new technologies, use indigenous technology, attract and support the private sector, encourage international collaboration. Water quality should be priority area and focus on SDG. Government should prepare and update policies, laws, guidelines, and giving consideration to the federal structure constitution priority and awareness, inclusion, and curriculum in educational institutions. So on. Now, the outcome of that conference, I just want to highlight, this is my last slide. The conference offers a great opportunity to set a national rainwater harvesting alliance to create the knowledge-based national networking, strengthen advocacy, and push for rainwater harvesting in policies and acts. Recharge, after that conference, Recharge Kathmandu program initiated since 2020 with data generation, publication, research and development, rehabilitation of ponds, stone taps, recharge, pit, and awareness program. Around 300 ponds construction for disaster risk reduction in Mohattari, Photang, and other hilly areas. Municipalities have separate significant budget for water recharges, ponds, and pits. Dhulikhel, Bhagpur, Lalitpur, Panchkhal, Dharan, now Butwal, Alpa, Rupandehi, and has provided tax injections for the rainwater promotion. Now, government also put priority the dam-based rainwater harvesting, such as a Thap Dam in Shivapuri for Bagmati River, that is to store 5,000 cubic meter of rainwater with a 4 meter high dam in the upper Bagmati basin. Then Mahadev Khola Dam for the drinking water supply to Kathmandu constructed, and 2,500 household level water harvesting system Gokon to Gohesuri was installed by Bagmati River Basin improvement project supported by ADB, and then large pond constructed in Dang district to collect rainwater for irrigation purposes. I want to acknowledge SARNET, Lanka Water Forum, Smart Water Solutions for my participation and support in this conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ramjit, for your enlightening presentation in the context of Nepal on the various aspects of rainwater harvesting. The other presentation also from the Nepal, so I'm directly going to that in the interest of time. that is by Mr. Lalmani Vegil, joining virtually. Lalmani has a
And
decade of
cement and
experience
plastic
in climate
pollution
and
health.
with a focus on community science and policy advocacy. He currently serves as the executive coordinator at the Nepal Water Conservation Foundation. Lalmani holds a Master of Science degree in Environmental Science from Tribhuvan University, Nepal. So, floor is yours. I think recorded presentation.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lalmani Wagle. I'm representing Nepal Water Conservation Foundation with the capacity of executive coordinator. Today, I'm pleased to be here at the second international conference on rainwater harvesting organized by South Asia Rainwater Network. Today, I'll be presenting on spring research for middle water of Nepal. Approximately 240 million people in South Asia rely on water security for their well-being and livelihood. However, climate change, population growth, water scarcity, and unequal access to water are expected to worsen the already limited water supply and make these communities more vulnerable to water supply. There are some small interventions to cope this crisis, though it has limitations considering the size of the problem. However, such interventions provide hope and lifeline for the mountain community. Mountains communities in Nepal are heavily dependent on spring water to meet their daily basic water needs. Um, Approximately 13 million people, which accounts 80% of the total population living in valley, lower hills, and the mountains in Nepal, rely on springs as the only accessible source of water. In addition to that, many people uh, live in Nepal's Turia, Hills, and the mountains, who have access to piped water supply system uh, are also fed by the spring source. So basically, majority of the water supply we are having in Nepal, including the water supply in Kathmandu Valley, are spring fed. However, due to the various factors like climate change, deforestation, over extraction, many of these springs are drying up and leading to severe water scarcity. Well, the spring, which is the major and the vital water supply in the context of Nepal's mountain and the hilly region, the Nepal Water Conservation Foundation and its board had conducted one survey in 2020 with the officials of 300 local governments out of 478 local units from the Churia, Mid-Hills, and the mountain region. During that survey, those local government, 74% local government in those areas have reported experiencing dried up springs. And they also consider haphazard road and infrastructure development, climate change, and the earthquake that we had in 2015 as a major contributor for the drying up of those springs. They also solicited the range of coping mechanism from accepting the crisis to out migration in the worst condition. 11% of the local government have considered the rainwater harvesting to cope the drying of spring sources in the lower hill to mountain regions of Nepal. So we're having almost 74% of the local government having experience of drying of spring sources. The primary problems caused by those crises are mainly drinking water, irrigation purpose, and the sanitation. So basically two types of issues. One is mainly focused on the household level, and the second one is on agriculture purpose. So let's talk about the response measure. So basically, we are out of several response measures. We are focusing on the rainwater harvesting. So in rainwater harvesting, there are two major interventions we have witnessing in the Nepal's mountain and hills. So first one is the recharge pond for spring revival. So recharge pond have been considered as an effective tool to increase the spring discharge and improve the water availability in water scarce area. The construction of the recharge pond involves the capture and storage of the monsoon rainfall, which is then allowed to infiltrate into the ground and recharge the groundwater aquifer. Recharge pond plays vital role in trapping monsoon rainfall and increasing the infiltration, which can ultimately lead to the revival of the spring yield. The construction of this pond can also help to control the erosion, control the soil erosion, improve soil moisture, and support the growth of vegetation in that area. As people become more aware of the benefit of the pond for capturing rainwater, increasing groundwater recharge, and increasing spring discharge, there has been increased interest in constructing new ponds and rehabilitating the dried up ones in an effort to increase the spring discharge. And also, I want to add that in past we had large number of such ponds in the middles and the mountain regions, but with the decrease in the livestock farming and also the increasing in the availability of the water supply, those number of those ponds are decreasing. Were decreasing in the middles. So with the increasing awareness and realizing the importance of such pond in revival and the ensuring the continuous yield of spring water, now people are more interested towards conserving and rehabilitating those ponds which have been dried up for some time. I have one case from Dhuli Hill. Dhuli Hill is considered one of the water stressed city of Nepal. So in order to revive the spring in the Dhuli Hill area, 65 small scale ponds were constructed at the terrace of hills to cover a wider area as a recharge zone. So after constructing the ponds in the terrace, 10 springs were selected below the recharge pond constructed area for the monitoring purpose. And for the period of May 2017 to December 2019, the spring discharge were measured for those selected 10 springs. We can see in this graph during those period the spring yield were has gradual increment, though the increment is low. So we can see with this graph the recharge point has positive impact, positive relation with the spring discharge. Another aspect of the rainwater harvesting is the contribution for small irrigation. With the drying up of the spring in mountain areas, mountain farmers compelled to rely on the rain, only on rainfall for the irrigation. So government has promoting now the small scale rainwater harvesting practices like plastic and cemented ponds as a way for the mountain communities to collect and store the rainwater for especially the small irrigation purpose. This helps those communities to diversify their crops and increase their resilience to the drought and the water crisis in that area. Those cemented pond and the water stored in the cement and plastic ponds are specially used to irrigate the kitchen garden and the cash crops. And for the household level, we have generally generally we have the pond of size 3.5 meter length, 3 meter width, and 1 meter depth, but the size can vary based on the precipitation received of a particular region or the location and the use and the need of the irrigation. So basically, those ponds are constructed in the shady area, and it is it constructed in the shady area. It has minimum loss through evaporation, and the layer of the plastic and cement significantly reduce the loss from the infiltration. So the farmer can utilize the optimum amount of water for the irrigation purpose. So in conclusion, the water crisis in the middle region of Nepal is a significant concern that requires immediate action, which is further worsened by the changing climate and the rapidly and haphazardly developing and the roads and other construction activities. The construction of the recharge pond for rainwater harvesting and cement and plastic ponds can help address these issues and provide a sustainable solution to the water crisis. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions. And while concluding my presentation, I'd like to thank my colleague Bhumika Thapa for her contribution, and also the NWCF team for this study and providing me the opportunity, and the organizer for this platform, and the delegates of this conference who for your attention and the passions for listening me. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Lalmani, making presentation on one story of Nepal that is making revival in springs and the generating multiple benefit for the multiple users. We'll move to the last presentation of the day. That is by Dr. Saqib Nawaz from Pakistan on rainwater harvesting for modern urban project, case studies of groundwater recharge and alternative water supply source. Dr. Saqib Nawaz has a decade of postgraduate experience in water treatment, wastewater treatment, and wet utilities design and execution. He formerly served as a manager of environment and public health in the government of Punjab and also manager environment division in Three Water System Private Limited. Dr. Saqib Nawaz, floor is yours.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, Namaste, and good morning, everyone. How is your energy level? You know, sometimes it feels pity to be the last presenter of the evening because you have to listen to everyone and all the delays caused by others have to be entertained by you. But sometimes it is really powerful because I can control when finally you all will be able to leave the hall. So, but don't worry, I'm a professional. I've been doing these things from several years. So currently, I work in KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology as a scientist in Saudi Arabia. And formerly, I was working in Infrastructure Development Authority, Punjab, IDAP, Government of Pakistan. So there we were basically constructing big hospital projects, including Pakistan Kidney and Liver Institute Hospital, 1500 bed hospital, and several others. So these two projects, which I will be discussing with you today, are from two of our projects which we executed. So first, little bit introduction of Pakistan. As earlier discussed today in the morning, that floods recently affected Pakistan in 2022. And dam construction is a political issue. It's not generally agreed between the provinces. So Lahore is the second largest populated city of Pakistan with 11 million population. And the main source of Lahore is groundwater supply. So some years ago, Lahore was also taking water from Ravi River, but then our Indian friends took all the water. They make new dams on the Ravi River. So we are now relying only on the groundwater of Lahore. So due to that, when 11 million people are using some water source, of course, it will go down. So every year, Lahore water is depleting 1 meter. So people who used to say that we used to get very good quality water at the depth of 30 feet, now they get that water at 160 feet, 200 feet. So that's the scenario. And all three photos are also from Lahore in the last year when floods hit. So urban flooding, as a new terminology, also entertained. So this is urban flooding. So what's happening? On one side, we are depleting the groundwater. On the other side, water is stagnant. I mean, what is this? Is this a joke? It's very simple solution, as has been discussed among several speakers since morning. And I was in government for 3 years, so I used to show this scenario to our chief minister and at different levels as well. And somehow we were heard to at least include rainwater harvesting in a couple of our projects. So one project, we did the methodology by using socket pits, engineer socket pits, or you can say sock pits. So we gathered the rainfall data from Meteorology Department of Lahore, and the rainfall intensity was 2.066 inches per hour in the worst case scenario, which is also called storm scenario. So it happens only if once in 5 years, but as per the recent rains which were seen last year, hopefully this recurrence interval will further decrease from 5 years to maybe 2 years or 1 year. Now storm scenarios are getting worse. So we have a site which I will show you, its plan view. It has an area of 760,000 square feet. And we had a grading plan that what was the natural gradient on the site so that we can collect the rainwater. So we divided the site as per the gradient plan into 3 zones, zone 1, 2, and 3. And we calculated the total rainfall from all the three zones, from the paved areas and the roofs. So it's a gravity-based system, and I will show you in the next slide. So this was our site, and we divided it into three zones. So water from zone 1 was coming into detention pit number 1, water from zone 2 was coming into 3 into detention 3, and from the parking into detention pit 2. And first of all, for making any detention pit, you have to have a good geotechnical investigation report. First, you should know that can this site really absorb water? So we have this geotechnical profile of the site. So water table is at minus 18 meter, you can say about 55 feet below the ground level. So here we have some artificial refill material for the site. Then we have silty clay, silty sand, which is best for percolation of water. And then again silty clay, then again silty sand, which is again best for percolation of water. So according to this, we defined that our soakage pit should be as deep as here, somewhere finishing here, so that it only get 1.5 or 2 meter for natural filtration, and then it enters into the water table. So depth of our pits were 55 feet in all cases. You can see here for all three pits, and dia was depending upon the what flow we are getting for that particular pit. So 100% collection of rainwater was considered with 0.9 as a surface runoff coefficient. And overflow piping and manhole system was also provided in the stormwater soakage pit, so that if in case there is further high rain, so it can be diverted into the open drain by the government. So filtration rate for calculation was 600 liters per meter square per day as per Center for Affordable Water Sanitation and Treatment guidelines. So let me show you how this pit was working. So this was the soakage pit with a 55 feet depth. This was its cover. So water from the site is coming through the inlet pipe, and this is the overflow pipe in case the pit is filled. So what was happening? Water was coming and going. Again, all the leaves and the straws and everything, organic matter, big bugs, are stopped by a screen which we have provided here. So it's a perforated slab about 10 feet below the main cover with monkey ladder, so that a person can access it and periodically clean it when needed. So again, the water can go percolate out. We also provided 8 feet of gravel for filtration, as well as giving the strength, because this is very deep structure. And how this structure is built? It is built on a sinking type construction, because you cannot dug in a 55 feet deep well, otherwise it will collapse. So what we do, we dug in a small well 10 feet and then keep on digging it up. So it sinks on its own weight, and we can keep it sinking up to required level where we want, like for this 55. So this is our simple socket pit. It works on gravity, and it has a vent for exhaust gases as well, so that if there are some organics and they are degrading, or we don't have a methane generation here. So results for the socket pit for the first project. So area served by all the pit number 1 was 49,000 square feet, for pit number 2, 34,000 square feet, and for pit 3, 45,000 square feet. And their design flow was 2.10 cubic, 1.45 and 1.95 cubic. So volume of pits and time for emptying the pit once it is filled. So once the pit is filled, because it's a natural filtration, it will take about 4 to 5 days for the pits to get empty. So if there is a rain after 5 days, we are fine. We don't need to do anything. If there are rains regularly, like in monsoon season, then our pit would be working for 1 day, and then for next 3 days, we will be simply diverting the water from the pit to the overflow system. So results. So site daily water demand is 7,760 feet cube per day. It's a forensic laboratory which works only for 250 days a year, excluding the weekends, and no one stays there. So the combined capacity of 3 pits is 34,000 feet cube per day. And frequency for pit to completely fill and empty to recharge 100% of aquifer is 57 times. That if all the pits are completely filled and they empty completely, then 57 times this should happen to give 100% water requirement or water demand of the site. But that's not true, because the rainy days in Lahore are only 49. So, and that's what we should not target as well, that rainwater should fulfill our 100% water demand. It's an add-on, it's an additional benefit, it's a supplementary. If it is possible somewhere, it can give 100%, it's very good. We should be more thankful to God. So as per our calculation, we can get an 18% recharge of aquifer if we have stormwater conditions. And we can have 14% recharge, annual level recharge of our aquifer if we have every rainfall intensity. So this was our project number 1. And for project number 2, this was a university site, 82 acres of area. And as per its site gradient plan, it's quite a big site, 3.5 million square feet. So everything is coming in the front. So in the front, we gave these 2 artificial lakes. The purpose of giving these lakes in the front was that all the rainwater can be collected here. Secondly, it's a university and we wanted to have water sports there for the students so that they can have their boating or other competition, swimming competition in the lakes. And thirdly, it gives a very good view if this is the gate of the university and you are entering from here and then you are on a bridge and you have big lakes on both sides. The only problem which we observed with this thing, which was not discussed since morning, dengue. You guys have dealt with dengue in Sri Lanka. We have dealt it starting from 2006 in Pakistan. Many people died. So whenever we have open water reservoirs, dengue is very happy because he or she wants clean water to lay their eggs. So I don't know why it was not discussed. So this is a demerit when we have open water reservoirs. So that's something which I wanted to highlight here. And again, so our site water demand was 81,000 cubic feet for the university. And the capacity of lake is 1.75 million feet cube. And frequency of lake to completely fill and empty is 12 times. If this lake is filled or empty, although we are not using it to empty it, but the main purpose of lake was to, of course, giving the good site and recreational activities. But even if the lake is filled, we have pumping arrangement there, so that water can be used for horticulture and agriculture requirements. So total rainfall generated is about 1.2 million feet cube per year at that site, and on average, and it can only fulfill the 6% requirement of the site because it's a university. And at the worst case scenario or stormwater condition, it can fulfill 9% of the total water demand of the site. No need to show me that board, it's already finished. Huh? All right. So concluding recommendation, rainwater harvesting in modern projects, urban projects should be made mandatory. And underground and overground options are available. Whichever is suitable, we should implement that. There should not be any question on that. And no stagnancy for rainwater at site, which could be a habitat for dengue. I think it's advantageous to use socket pits. And partial supply of site water demand, they can give you partial supply. And also the water is very good and reusable for horticulture and agriculture, which takes 90% of fresh water demand in Pakistan. So 90% of fresh water demand goes to agriculture. After all, we are agriculture-based country. So the fresh water demand at household is totally accounts for only 3 to 4% of the country demand. So, and rainwater is very good for horticulture, agriculture, and it avoids urban flooding and it gives you option for recreational activities. This was our socket pit, and it really works very well. Whenever there is rain in Lahore and other sites are flooded, our socket pit just looks like this, it empties. So our site is like crystal clear. And I'm thankful to all the organizers for inviting us. And I'm already loving Sri Lanka since we were landing yesterday. And I love this green country, especially when you live and work in Gulf country. The only thing you miss is greenery. So wherever you get greenery, you fell in love with that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nawaz, for the very interesting, excellent presentation with a lot of empirical evidences. I think that is very important to make realistic, work and policy formulation. So now we have 9 papers for discussion. 10. Yeah. So before I open up to the audience, there are couple of online questions.
Shall we do that after that? After the summary?
No, online question.
Online questions, okay.
Yeah.
Then 3 questions are there. One more.
Could you kindly read out?
Okay,
Yeah.
there are 3 questions in fact. One question is, the 2 questions are from the Netara in fact. They are important because many of the filter system what we discussed are befitting for the urban areas. Like you might have seen that how the sentry, that first kind of things then. So wonderful filtration systems we have designed and the present days have promoted. But are they successful? Are they applicable for the rural areas? You take the case of African countries, the African women or the African households. Is it possible to take them to these now to fit in them into the rural areas? How feasible they are? That's an important question from Netara. Similarly, I got my own questions like, it's easy to talk about the filter system. There are a lot of entrepreneurs coming up, but at the same time, the important problem as a practitioner, we face that at the gutter level. If it is a slope roof, you see there a lot of leaves falls upon. Well, Sri Lanka is a green country. Likely that even India, in my place also, likely that from the slope roof, if you got the gutters, rain gutters, likely that a lot of leaves falls in these gutters. Then it's chalk. Then the gutter got overflown. So that's the first important problem as practitioners we face. And there are companies now coming up with some kind of net, plastic nets over the gutters so that the leaves may not fall in the gutters. The new solutions are coming up. Now comes to the filter and the new filters, whether they are applicable to the rural areas or not. That's another question from Nethara. Then one more thing is that again, this is sorry. Okay, how to make the water quality standard for the water for the water in the rural areas? It's same from him in fact. So think about the rainwater quality in the part. How we can consider the standard part of standardizing the whole thing. So again, that also comes as a challenge for us. So these are the 2 questions we have. The whole we need to discuss about. It's a general impact, and one specific question for Ms. Thakur. She's there here. Okay, you're there. Okay, quite simple. Anyway, the question was, I don't know the person who asked the question. It was all about in the Indian national water policy, recent national water policy, whether rainwater harvesting has been considered or not. That was the question. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, you like to answer the question, sir? No, you better explain. In the Indian national water policy, whether rainwater harvesting referred or not, or mentioned or not. That's okay. Please come.
Yes, in Indian policy, because I was part of restructuring of framework of water policy with Government of India. So it is very well in the policy. Now with the groundwater, they have come up with a good manual, technical manual, which is available on net, that how the rainwater harvesting system need to be implemented. There are various norms for various stakeholders, like for industry also, there are specifications in number of ways, like if you are using it for how many people are working, how much water you are using in the industry, and which region the industry is placed. There is a categorization that how much water they should recharge, and if their factory premises it is not recharged, now the companies has to go into 3-kilometer radius area and they can recharge there. So there are various different guidelines, norms, and are in India to implement it by a government policy.
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, that's quite simple in fact. Beyond that, okay, national water policies of any governments might be having rainwater harvesting references, but at the same time, it's more important to have the actions at the P level. One of the actions she mentioned. Similarly, there is another action like catch the rain where it falls. There is a movement by the government of India spread across the state, across the district. So it goes like that. So definitely that rainwater harvesting profits is given in the national work policy.
With urban local bodies also, it is made mandatory to have a rainwater harvesting system for every building, and for new housing complex or any building, it is mandatory because the building didn't get occupation certificate or completion certificate by urban local body. So that is also one of the inclusion.
Yeah. There are rainwater harvesting rules across the states. So in the rural areas also, we have in the rural area also. That's okay. That question is clear now.
Is there anyone who would like to respond to that first question of the feasibility or affordability of sophisticated different filters in the rural areas?
Okay. I think during the discussion season, the time we can have a discussion.
Yeah, this is time for discussion. Yeah.
You want to say something? No, you were asking for the answers, or
yeah, you would like to contribute? Come up.
No. I think not for the questions, but maybe for the speakers, I need to compliment for two speakers. Can I?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. I think for the Nepal speaker, I just wanted to help him out in terms of the spring recharge when they are taking up. They have two different extremes actually. One is on the spring through the revival system, and the other one is on the kind of a plastic laid ponds which they are doing with the cement work, and which is not going to allow any infiltration. So if you have to really look at the springs revival, then infiltration has to be, but you can't have two different technologies on two extremes in the mountain. So that's not sustainable. Maybe for the irrigation, you can use it as a temporary measure, the lined pond plastic or any infiltration stuff, but it is not sustainable because there's 74% of the springs have got affected already, but then you can't help it. So they have to really take care. If it is a long term, then it has to be done in the spring revival, which is with the open pond structure. It also helps the infiltration. That's one. And second thing to our Pakistani friend, maybe in the evening that he started with good morning, but I'd like to say good evening to him. Anyhow, we would have taken some water out of maybe the rivers, but then to want to compliment, see that you have the surface water body, you have done it in your infrastructure. My comment is that you bring in your soak pit technology to your surface water body, because surface water bodies has more evaporation potential. Even though you calculate in terms of the quantum of rainwater harvested, the evaporation loss is going to be huge. So then rather you allow it to go on top, you allow it to go on the ground. So bring your soak pit and other technology. Just imagine and bring some innovative thoughts. We are doing it currently in India, any larger surface water body. So you are drawing the groundwater. So it will definitely augment your groundwater resources. We can't give it for Lagur, but then at least for your institute, we can give it back to technology. Thank you.
May I know your name, please?
I'm Dr. Swaminathan Murugan from India. Thank you.
Okay.
About filtration.
You'd like to say, please?
Yeah, the challenge is basically this technology is that if there is a maintenance issue, the service need to be provided in time, and that observed as the biggest challenge for filtration systems with the choking issue, because the service providing system further operation maintenance is required. And because I rectified around 10 projects with some patented or some online filter system, it should be robust. Then layman in the community should able to operate it, and that filtration system works with the community.
Exactly.
It is a community-led model, so it is not a technology-driven model. So operation and maintenance costs for layman should be affordable. The material also need to be affordable. So affordability, accessibility, and robust model is really a challenge. And if that is addressed properly, then it is okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we are in the process rather.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see here in this conference and some other conferences, people are mostly concerned about the roof water harvesting and drinking water and so forth. But in my country, we have the all-line yearly droughts. And here also I see that tropical weather like here, you are facing with some seasonal drought. As, let's say it's the same as, I mean, that is also some sort of shortage. So if we do not do something about the agricultural shortages, what would happen for the people living in the rural area? We in Iran, we have so many villages that has power, drinking water, schools, and so and internet and many other infrastructure, as we say. But they have evacuated their places already. So because of not having enough income from the main business, which used to be agriculture. So I want just to draw this, to draw your attention to this point that how far you can go just to focus on something like drinking water for the people, not something to do with their agricultural requirements. This is something. And the second thing about some governmental recharging projects that we saw this afternoon, some of those showcases. I mean, I found it as the government, if government is want to be responsible for doing all these things never finished. So government's budget is limited, so they cannot go far too much. But if this kind of project have something to do with people's actually something to do with people's wages and incomes, that make it that they may have more guarantee to take care of them, to maintain them, to repeat it everywhere, and so on. So this is also something about the governmental project that is of my concern. Thank you. It's a compliment.
I just want to add to Mr. Javed. Can I add a point to Mr. Javed on agriculture? Because he has just spoke about agriculture. See, whatever the kind of water harvesting you projected through the system which you have created in the dry lands, that's not the only solution, because the soil and moisture conservation, if you look at it, we can have in situ conservation. Each and every plot of your terraced land can hold the soil and especially the water, and you can reduce your runoff. And we have, in fact, small equipments to make sure that within the soil, your infiltration capacity, if you look at agriculture soil, it will not be more than half a foot. So there will be a kind of a subsoil hot pan. So if you going to rip that particular thing, the water can hold up to 1.5 feet. So if you are able to do it at a micro watershed level, you take 1,500 hectares, or a spring shed level at 200 or 100 hectares, then see that if you are able to make it in that line, if it is in dry land, and it should be complemented by the canals and other stuff where you wanted to drain the water, excess water, and then store it in the water bodies. So we'll discuss offline, but the point is the conservation and the utilization in that particular region, because we are working in areas less than 100 millimeter, even within India. So we are also working in areas where we have 3,000 millimeter rainfall annually. So there are a lot of ways and means to do the conservation and extend the agriculture support and for the farmers actually through the rainwater conservation. Thank you. This is only a compliment, but then we'll discuss offline. Thank you.
Yeah, but
I am Zahir Gadezi. In fact, I will just add a few comments about this water quality. as I mentioned in the early session, that we need to divide that what kind of quality and what kind of requirement we are going to use. Whether it is agriculture, whether it is potable, whether it is non-potable, drinking. So every use has different standards actually. So in fact, when we talk about water quality, immediately we think about drinking water quality. So as I mentioned earlier, that how much we require for drinking on daily basis. Just imagine that our daily requirement is hardly 5 to 10% for the drinking and cooking, not more than this. As I mentioned, and tomorrow I will be discussing in my presentation as well, that we need to divide this, what kind of quality we are talking about. So we need to go for simple solutions, mainly to take care of the suspended solids and leads and that kind of things. And the first introduction of first flush diverter and the kind of filters we are talking today, I think that should suffice. But for the drinking water quality, we are using the household filters at the household level in the market. You see, those are available. But in Pakistan, we recently, what we did, but I would suggest that basically you have to store water, rainwater, for future use. And when you are storing water, definitely you are not going to take care of the 100% water quality for drinkable. You cannot make that storage drinkable for a longer time actually. So whenever you require for drinking, you have to install some simple solution or sophisticated solution at the end of the discharge point from where you want to take the quantity of drinking water. So that we utilize in schools, rainwater harvesting systems. We constructed more than 300 schools and we provided this simple solution. We added a small storage for drinking purpose and we added this charcoal and gravel and sand and like this. I think that is my point.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to burden any of the speakers with any questions, but I would like to give a few suggestions to the Rainwater Forum since I won't be here tomorrow. Let me start with what I saw on a poster outside. It talks about the SARNET conference being initiated by a few certain kind of occurrences, one of which is called the Candy Declaration of Rainwater Harvesting. It is mentioned outside here. Now, I would suggest, which occurred in 2005, I would suggest the Rainwater Forum to give either a copy to this audience or at least enable them to obtain it through the internet, because it's a very, very powerful document. Then as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, we don't have a we don't have a water policy, but we have a national rainwater policy and strategies, which has the mandate of a cabinet. So probably we were the first country to have a national rainwater policy mandated by the cabinet, because there are all kinds of policies on draft levels and guidelines and things, but we may have been the first country to do that. So if you can get a copy, yeah, you might let the audience have that also, because that's also a very powerful document in which I think almost all what was discussed here has been addressed and also solutions proposed. Then that policy came in 2005. Then the policy was followed by a law in 2009. So we have a law as well, but unfortunately, like many good things in many countries, the law is just kind of pigeonholed and is awaiting implementation. But I would say that the Candy Declaration, the policy of 2005 and the law of 2009 taken together is a very, very powerful document from which all the countries can learn something, especially the policy, because it was signed by 5 top ministers of SAARC countries, and not very many people have heard of it. Okay, then coming to the the tank capacities and things. In Sri Lanka, the ferrocement tank is being built up to, as far as I know, 125 cubic meters. Maybe it is even much more now. So if you can get those documents from there, I know drawings are available. I'm sure it will be of use to all these foreign participants, because when we exchange information, we find that it can be adapted and we can start doing things at a much lower cost. The whole idea of shifting from concrete to ferrocement is the cost. That's the main reason. So if we can go for higher capacity ferrocement tanks, that means the cost per storage, cost per cubic meter of storage becomes less and less with ferrocement. So those are also documents which the forum can share. Then about the quality, of which the last speaker was also speaking, during the very short time during lunch, I was speaking with Mr. Netara, or let me call him Mr. Kalabash, about the very simple techniques which can be used for getting the quality as required for its end purpose. That's the best way to use it, to say it. The quality as required for its end use, because what you require for drinking, the quality that you require for drinking is of a far higher quality than what you require for flushing your mouth and putting out. There's a big difference, right? So like that, I mean, there are very, very simple techniques which you can use. You can have several defense lines which you may or may not use. So since I will not be there, Mr. Netsara can share it with other delegates, maybe during night or whatever it is. Then I think I talked about, yes. Then there's I think a whole area which can be thought of for research. For example, if we can mass produce rainwater tanks, which can be lifted, because at the moment, all these tanks are cast in situ. And cast in situ takes, even the 5 cubic meter tanks will take, say, 5 days. What about a 5 cubic meter tank, which can be mass produced in one spot, and maybe with some hooks or something? You have just to, one good designer has to design it so that, and you go experiment, and if you can lift it, put it in a small container, the kind of truck which can go on rural roads with a small crane, and just place it somewhere, then you can fabricate it fast and transport it fast. So those are the areas of research. I think we are going overboard with this quality. Quality is not a very big issue in rainwater. Let me tell you something about the quality. Now, we had a war in this country, and 2009 it ended. And after 2009, really, I'm now happily retired 6 years from the National Water Supply and Drainage Board. I was in charge of the North in the National Water Board. And the place I was, the general water availability was hard water. And that hard water, to the people of the area, it was no problem, because they got so much acclimatized to it. But to me, a person from another area, it was a bit tough. I mean, I could see the difference when I urinated. So what is the solution? We already had a rainwater tank. I shandied my hard water with rainwater. Say 1:2 or 1:3, and I had no problem. But some of my subordinates spent hundreds or thousands of rupees buying bottled water. So, I mean, to me, no cost, for them, high cost. What is the solution I use? To me, no cost, but just a little bit of brain power, and I have the guts to do it. So there are so many solutions which you can use by, how shall I say, using rainwater and adapting it to your end use. Then I think I spoke a little bit about the first class systems also. There are very simple systems.
Could you send your name, please?
I am Dulip Gunawardhan. One thing about rainwater, what we must keep in mind is, rainwater is a system where it empowers the people. When it empowers the people, the government doesn't mind, as long as the people have to turn to the government. But rainwater is a subject where, by using rainwater, you use less pipe-borne water. Now, I am speaking as a person who was in a semi-government sector providing pipe water. So when certain quarters, through enormous loans, which they get, they know that they have to pay back only by selling a certain amount of water. And if the consumers start using less water by supplementing it with rainwater, then that authority is never going to like it. It may not openly say it, but it is not going to like it, right? So these are hidden angle which generally is not discussed in forums. But we must be very honest with this. Whether the authorities really like the average person using rainwater, because it makes people less dependent on government, which I think should be the way of the future. Then one last thing, I think there in Kerala also there was some paper on groundwater recharge. I think in India has very high experience in groundwater recharge and probably leads the world in that, because I also have a book from Tamil Nadu, which I got about 20 years back, which was a very good theory and practice book on recharge. Maybe now things are much more ahead. So let me just stop with that. I told you I'm not going to burden anybody with questions, but maybe all these documents which I talked about can be given to these delegates so that we will learn from each other and how shall we say, build together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dulip is an engineer. He's one of the pioneer member of Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum, and he was behind the policies he was mentioned. I think he was one of the co-person on developing those policies. So we have come to the time. Yeah. So thanks very much for all the presenters for excellent presentation and the participant and interaction. Before winding up, I wish to invite Dr. Jose Rafael, who serves as a reporter of this session, to provide some key messages from the session.
Mr. Iyer, just one answer to Mr. Dilip. We have some of those policy documents in the SARNET website. For like that is what for them too, so they can access the SARNET website. So some of the history and in all that, the policy documents, how it led to all that, that is there.
Right. Okay. I'm so happy today because I see 10 very excellent presentations on rainwater harvesting. You take, look at some 23 years back or 20 years back. See, when I think Shahir and all talking about rainwater harvesting, there were less takers. All they found that Shahir, you're gone crank. Even I had the same problem. Now I faced the same. In 2002, I was watching very carefully at the presentation about Dr. Tanuja in 2002. So we had a dream of rainwater harvesting conference and international levels kind of thing. But now it's all happening. It's really happening. So we are so happy. Okay, now today we had the 10 presentations. First among them was Ms. Thakur had a wonderful presentation from Pune. She visited 20 societies. They do borewell recharging. I think what's important is that there are water barriers rather. There are water barriers, 10 among of us. Okay, so in each place we need the water barriers, like the rainwater harvesting barriers. Okay, you are among them. Okay, now it is a successful model. Then Sahid Hussain talked about the community-based rain fund ponds in from the Bangladesh. Excellent. He has got the study as well as some action research as well. That's great. Then Amit Joshi about empowering common man and rainwater harvesting borewell. Again, it's all about the filter method. Then Dr. Eram Amir from Pakistan, she mentioned about the lawn irrigation, how the potential about the rainwater harvesting for the gardening and sprinkler methods kind of thing. For Professor Tabatabai, am I right? That's the right pronunciation, Tabatabai, right? Okay, from Iran. It's a wonderful procedure. It's about Swaminathan Murugan. This is a indigenous method he was trying to unravel. That way, that's quite important, in fact. Well, then we have another the poster, there are a couple of poster presentations from Manisha Kumara Singha and from Sri Lanka, and Sakib from Dhaka. All the very good promoters of rainwater harvesting. Then the eighth one is Ramdeep Saha regarding from the Nepal. That couple of things attracted me is that DRR in Bardi Bars in the forest. See, in the forest, we used to have they used to have the recharge pond that avoids the human-animal conflict. That in the recent days, this human-animal conflict is becoming more and more irrelevant. So this kind of recharge ponds will be very successful. At the same time, we need to take care of one important thing, that the landslides. We had the problem. We had population pits and recharge pond kind of things, and not exactly in the terrace, but slightly slope, when it facilitated the landslides. So we need to take care about that part as well. From Nepal, I think Lal Mani also mentioned about this the spring recharge, the same techniques we made use. So that part, but I think Ramdev mentioned about the terrace you're making that. Then again, in the silpoly, that means the plastic ponds. I think for some purpose, this plastic pond will work. The multi dimensions are there. Again, one of the important things we need to take into consideration that regarding the plastic tanks. See, we may not ignore the plastic tank. I think the person from Bangladesh was mentioning about he showed the picture, and somebody showed that the plastic. See, we can go for rainwater harvesting in the ferrous cement tank or the calabash, let it be. At the same time, if you want to make use of rainwater during the rainy season, we can go for the plastic tank. There's nothing wrong. If you want to say, when the philosophy is different, if you want to conserve the rainwater for the drinking purpose in the lean period, then we definitely require the ferrous cement tank or the cement kind of tank. Otherwise, if you want to make use of rainwater, no, there are multi dimensions are there. So, for example, we can think of the plumbing, dual plumbing. In household level, if you go for the dual plumbing, you use the rainwater for the domestic purposes. So there are the options are open. There are plenty of things are there to be discussed. Okay, so today it was, and Sakib Nawaz mentioned about the two projects. That's wonderful. Okay, so all these presentations are very good, excellent, and what I see that many of them are site specific, soil specific, and slope specific, sometimes social specific, social engineering part we need to take care of. So there are 4 S in that. Okay, let me come. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jos, for making notes and providing the key messages. So all these findings will be taken care in making final conference way forward tomorrow. So thanks again for all the participants. If there are any announcements from the organization, Sitara can make the final announcement. Yes, Sitara. Thanks.
We have just a few announcements for all of you. For those of you who are presenting tomorrow, please give your final presentations to us. Saved it before you go, because tomorrow morning, otherwise we will be using what we already have with us. So that is one announcement. And then tomorrow we will be starting early. By 9, so which means by 9 we will start, and hopefully maybe slightly earlier than 9 also we can start, so that way there is time. You will also have time in the evening then to go out and to go around and see. So let's start early tomorrow. And anything else that you want to ask from us? Today evening you will be provided transport to go back to the hotel. So before that anyone, like we know there are few who will be presenting tomorrow, so we will let you go with all of them giving us the presentations. Yes, otherwise you will be allowed to go. Yes, that we will inform you.